quiet corner of England, something big is about to begin. It's not just a game, it's a battle of speed, strategy, and skill. They've trained, they've waited, and now they've arrived. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025 in association with PickleB. The buzz starts now. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025, coming to you live from the United Kingdom in association with PickleB. Let the games begin.
Good morning, Pickleball fans across the UK and beyond. Welcome to the electrifying PickleB Franklin Tour, coming to you live from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre in beautiful Gloucester. I'm Nick Hobbis, and joining me all weekend long is the ever knowledgeable, ever energetic Tim Spurway. This event proudly brought to you in association with Skechers, the official footwear of champions, and Obspot, bringing you every smash, dink and rally in glorious detail, is set to showcase the very best in UK pickleball. Today we fire off with the men's and women's doubles, fierce rivalries, fast hands and fantastic teamwork, only preceded by the ever competitive over 50s mixed doubles to start the day. And on to tomorrow, we roll into the showpiece event, the open age mixed doubles, where speed, strategy and sheer skill will take centre stage here in Gloucestershire, followed by the senior gender doubles to wrap up what's sure to be a sensational weekend. So grab your paddle or your popcorn if you're watching at home and get ready for live rallies, unforgettable moments and expert insights right here on the PickleB Franklin Tour live stream. We're going to get loud, we're going to get rallying shortly. This will be pickleball at its finest, and it is showtime. Good morning, Tim Spurway.
Morning, Nick. Delighted to be here and delighted to have you back where you belong, in the commentary seat after an absence at Swindon as well.
Yeah, it's great to be back, Tim. I looked over some of the play and footage from Swindon, and that was highly competitive, top tier pickleball as usual on the UK Franklin Tour, Tim.
Yeah, it was really good competition. Some incredibly long and exciting finals with loads and loads of drama at Swindon. We had cramps, we had lots of 3 sets, but we're going to get underway here with Lucy Chalice and Bob Nash at the bottom of your screens from Swindon. They'll be playing Paul Chard and Jill Hogan.
Yeah, so we've got Hogan and Chard at the top of your screen. Jill Hogan here, a late replacement for an injured Rosalind Ridings. She teams up with Paul Chard. We've got Bob Nash and Lucy Chalice at the bottom of your screen. As ever, format in the group stages here is a race to 11 and win by 1. And it's a good start here for Hogan and Chard. return from Nash, just going wide. So it is Chard and Hogan who get their day off to the best start possible here.
Just overhit there, a bit of frustration. Bob Nash.
Nash and Chalice looking to get on the board here. Yeah, fast hands from Chard in defence, but the advances from Chalice does see them get their first point of the day.
And they'll be happy with that.
A little bit of luck as well. Doubles their tally for the day so far. So Nash and Chalice very much settled into our first game on Senior Saturday.
I was speaking to Bob Nash just before the game, and him and Lucy Chalice reaching the final of Basingstoke a couple of months back, and being up 8-3 in the final and then losing it. Bob Nash saying that he's still reeling after that loss, and he's looking to make a comeback here.
Serve just slightly long by Chard. That's nicely put away by Chard. Exchanges at the kitchen line. Pop up from Chalice, punished by Chard. Some top players on show here this weekend. Tim, we look forward to seeing players like Nathan Hill, Claire Burgoyne, Paula Griffiths, James Perez, Kevin McCarthy, Kate Greenstreet, Andrew Unwin and his partner Joe Moore will be coming up later. We've got Stuart Stimpson in Gloucester playing with Jeanette Varndale. They'll be teaming up at the English Open in August. But it is Chard and Hogan on the march here, who forced a change of ends, getting to 6 first, and it all looks rather comfortable so far, Tim, for Paul Chard and Jill Hogan.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong. Paul Chard from Bristol Pickleball Club's been playing for quite a long time, and you often see him posting on Pickleball England groups and all sorts. He lives pickleball, plays a lot of pickleball, does a lot of travelling around playing pickleball. I believe he went to the US Open in America last year.
That ball was going out, Tim. Bob Nash just picks him off, manages to get the body contact.
It makes up for it there, though, Nick. Nice put away. It's the first time Paul Chard and Jill Hogan are playing together, apparently. Jill Hogan, a late replacement. So they'll be getting to grips with this new partnership.
Hogan's a very seasoned, well-decorated pickleball player in her own right. Been on the pickleball scene for a number of years, one of the county reps for Pickleball England, and a person who's responsible for bringing a lot of newcomers into the game of pickleball and teaching them the ropes from the early stages. So very well thought of in UK pickleball, Jill Hogan.
She told me she taught you how to play, Nick. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. I was introduced to the game by Jill as I began my journey into pickleball here a few years back now, and always be thankful to her for that.
They're looking pretty strong, racing to a 9-1 lead, and it's all looking rather comfortable. That's a lovely drop there. He plays pickleball, Nick, how the sport was potentially designed to be played. He really loves his drops and mixing up the shot. You won't see thoughtless drives on the third shot, and another drop there brings up that first game for Paul Chard and Jill Hogan.
Yeah, comfortable for Hogan and Chard. Congratulations to them. That'll be the start they were looking for today. Commiserations to Chalice and Nash. Didn't quite get out of the starting blocks, but coming up next, we have another game in our senior mixed doubles division featuring Janet Black, Chris Wilson, Claire Burgoyne and Nathan Hill. We'll be back after a short word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO. here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here in Gloucester for the UK Franklin Tour and PickleB in association with Skechers and Obsbot. With our second game of the day coming up, featuring Janet Black and Chris Wilson representing Somerset. And they'll be taking on a very well-decorated partnership of Claire Burgoyne and Nathan Hill. Serious winners, serious medalists, as we've seen on the tour here in the UK in our first 5 events of the year. And Tim, you'd have to suggest that this is going to be tough for Wilson and Black, who are possibly stepping up to this level for the first time.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge for them. Chris Wilson and Janet Black have played together quite a lot in the past, and they've won multiple tournaments at 3.5 level. But this will be their first foray into the 4.0s. And I think Chris Wilson wanting to step up in future to 4.5, I think that's his goal at the English Open, is to play at 4.5, whereas Janet Black, I think, is much more keen to stay at a lower level. So they've said this will probably be their last tournament together, but they're giving 4.0 a crack as a compromise. So they will be probably the underdogs in this, as you say, Nick. The partnership of Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne is... well, it's very experienced, and they've won a lot together. So, but this will be a good challenge, and Chris Wilson is pretty nippy on his feet, and he can hit the ball pretty hard. So, if he can get into a rhythm and a flow, could be a good watch.
Yeah, this will be highly competitive. Some of our divisions here today are combined, so where you see 4.0 plus, this is definitely one of those examples where you're nearing 5.0 level in terms of mixed doubles at senior level, in terms of the capacity and ability of Hill and Burgoyne. So if Wilson and Black wanted a test, this would definitely be it at the elevated level. So Chris Wilson got a lot of backclass though, as you suggest. Is decorated at English Open level for 3.0 and 3.5, taking away gold medals. And he'll be looking to complete his journey this year at his identified level, as you suggest, Tim. Also responsible for setting up quite a lot of pickleball in the Somerset area with the Women's Institute there. He's got a range of players aging from 60 to 80 playing for the Somerset Women's Institute, I believe.
Yeah, that's great. That's really good. Yeah, he's very, very active in pickleball. He's really, really enthusiastic. He's always keen to get involved in various different things and get more people playing pickleball, which is what we like to see. Normally partners up Darren Cornish in the men's. And Darren Cornish is another pair partnering up with Pamela Simpson in this division. So they'll have to play each other at some point.
So looks like we're ready to get underway here. It'll be Burgoyne and Hill at the top of your screen. Burgoyne receiving with Black and Wilson at the bottom of your screen. We just saw Black getting us underway on serve there. And there we can see already the quality and class from Claire Burgoyne, just sending that ball back behind Chris Wilson. Forehand topspin at the kitchen line. Great volley put away.
Did well with the first volley there, Janet Black, just steering that second one into the net. And that's just a bit of misfortune there. I think it's so important, Nick, for these guys to not fall to fall too far behind too early on. Try and keep in touch early on and make this game as competitive as it can be. Playing up a level like this against experienced opponents, it's then pretty hard to come back.
Yeah, already you can see Nathan Hill's experience and strategic awareness on court coming to the fore here. Burgoyne just looking to reset into the kitchen, not able to cushion that ball back. Second scoring opportunity here. And once again, it's Nathan Hill with a forehand drive into Black. Black with the pop-up. And it's Hill with the put away.
Just a missed forehand there from Chris Wilson as well. So important not to make these kind of errors. It is their first game though, so they will probably be feeling a few nerves, and having it on the show court as well is possibly a little bit overwhelming.
It's a nice drive from Wilson, catches Hill unaware, and it's rare you see a diagonal cross-court drive in pickleball, Tim.
Yeah, it's a really good shot, that, and it does bring up their first point as well, so they'll be pleased to get off the mark.
That ball just goes wide. Almost showtime here, Tim Spurway.
You were waiting in the wings, Nick. I could see your eyes widen more than the players' eyes.
Give the watching public what they want, Tim Spurway. Everybody loves a bit of showtime here on the PickleB live stream.
Absolutely, Nick. It's 5-1 ahead here. Burgoyne and Hill.
Ball on court, so we'll replay the point. Yeah, Wilson and Black just unwinding the stack there and possibly getting it all wrong, Tim, in terms of their positioning on court.
Yeah, it's that kind of really good when you're playing people like Hill and Burgoyne that know how to place the ball in uncomfortable positions. You really want to get the basics correct, and that court positioning is so critical. So if you are stacking, you've got to make sure you're moving quickly and to the right positions. Black may be there just a little bit slow to come across and maybe not coming forward enough. And find themselves 6-1 down at the change of ends.
And this time the net board comes to the aid of Janet Black. Janet Black, former high jumper, former javelin thrower as well.
You can believe it as well. She's got that very tall lady. Looks very athletic.
You can see why she's keen just to remain at the 4-0 and below level though, Tim. On the odd occasion where that ball's been driven directly towards her, she just looks slightly unsteady, uneasy, and perhaps not used to the speed.
Yeah, I think it is a change when you're playing, you know, up 1 or 2 levels. That ball is going to be coming at you really quite quickly, and if you aren't ready for it, you can start flinching as you hit the ball, and your opponents are going to take advantage of that. But I think it's important, if you want to improve and reach your ability, that you do need to get used to it.
And again, we see that example of Hill just exploiting what we were just talking about there in relation to para anticipation.
Yeah, good defence there from Black, though, from Wilson. I think it is going to be critical to, throughout this tournament, really try and focus on their returns and getting it deep to stop those third shot drives, Nick. Try and give themselves opportunities to score more points.
This time it was Hill and Burgoyne all out of sync as they look to reposition themselves on court, but Wilson just fires that forehand drive wide, so Burgoyne and Hill very comfortable, and dare I say, in a position where they can afford errors like that. Great lob shot from Black. Hill berates himself in his efforts at getting the ball back. So, more scoring opportunities here for Wilson and Black.
A bit of impatience there from Chris Wilson. In that drive, middle of the net.
I like the intent though, Tim, there. The ball was bouncing at a drivable height in the transition zone mid-court. Wilson was well positioned, just executed poorly on the drive. And again there we see Black getting herself in a position to be able to exploit the pop-up, just puts that volley wide. So it's the final shot in these rallies that are causing Black and Wilson the most difficulty. They're creating opportunities for themselves, just not exploiting them at the minute.
And they will take all the luck they can get right now. On to second opportunity. Yeah, really, really good forehand. Just absolutely loaded up with topspin. Just brushed down cross court there from Claire Burgoyne. That is such a brilliant shot. Chris Wilson just on the stretch, unable to get it back in. That brings up a game point. And there we go.
Yeah, the speed up defended by Hill and sent back with just a little bit more on it. And it's Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne who get their day off to a winning one. Wilson and Black will reflect on that and conclude that there were opportunities that were missed right there, but it is Hill and Burgoyne who march on. I'll be looking to catch up with them shortly after we return from a quick word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance.
Welcome back to Gloucester. I'm pleased to be joined by Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne after what can only be described as a comfortable start to the day, Nathan.
Yeah, we're just trying to get used to the conditions. It's a new club and just generally easing ourselves into it. So we're not trying to do anything too spectacular. Just steady away, playing the percentages. And obviously Claire's seeing a lot more of the ball. That's the nature of the mix, but she's just so good that, yeah, all good so far.
And Claire, what are we looking to achieve today? Have you set yourself a target for the day?
Yeah, I think we're focusing more on what we're trying to do to put into practice on the court. So court positioning and our stacking and, yeah, trying to be competitive, thinking about our game more than we are about other people's.
And the advantages that you seem to have as a partnership is that you're well renowned on the circuit now, on the Franklin UK Tour. You're playing together a lot. Does that make it easier when you come to these events just to slot into the first game and get off to a strong start like what we've just seen there?
Yeah, I think it absolutely does. So we've been practicing and yeah, we're hoping to reap the benefit of all the effort we're putting in.
And Nathan, from your perspective, you're clearly putting in a lot of work outside of tournament play as well, doing lots of drills. And that's showing off because your success rate this year in particular seems to be increasing event by event.
Yeah, I think, as my dad would say, drilling is the key to the success, really. And it just means that everything becomes natural on the court, either your movement or the shots. So, I mean, that's all I really do is the drilling and the tournaments, because I just find that pays dividends, really.
Well, congratulations to you both on a successful start to the day. Something tells me that you'll be joining me over for another chat, potentially, with medals around your neck later today. We wish you all the very best of luck.
Thanks.
Take care, Nick. Cheers.
That was Nathan Hill and Claire Bourgogne joining me over here after success in the Senior Mixed Doubles League. We'll be back here live from Gloucester with more action after this short ad break. Don't go anywhere.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Welcome back to Gloucester, here for the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour in association with PickleB, Skechers and Obsbots. We've got our third game of the day here lined up for you. And that will be featuring Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly, who you can see warming up diagonal to each other on your screen. Andrew Fennell sporting the multicoloured top, the left-hand side of your screen at the bottom, just serving to his partner, Catherine Kelly, as they go through their final warm-up routines. They'll be taking on Paula Griffiths and James Perez. James Perez hailing out of Bristol Pickleball Club. And these players on court will be familiar with each other, that's for sure. Returning for this game and joining me in the comms booth once more is Tim Spurway. And Tim, very much looking forward to this game.
Yeah, should be a good one. All the players playing pickleball for quite a while. PickleB enthusiasts, probably seen them around and about in tournaments and probably on this show court as well at one point or another. So, all very friendly as well. All know each other. This is the first of a different group than our previous one, so these guys won't be playing any of the players that we've seen so far in the group stage on show court, so get underway.
Yeah, it's Fennell and Kelly at the top of your screen, with Griffiths and Perez at the bottom. Paula Griffiths a long way from home here. Haydock, where Griffiths plays pickleball. So a long journey down for Paula Griffiths, who's responsible for introducing pickleball into a number of schools, I'm led to believe, which is fantastic to hear.
The children are our future, Nick. Andrew Fennell, of course, his son Jack, young Jack, plays a lot of pickleball himself and goes all around Europe playing in tournaments. I think he's only about 12 or 13.
Well, it's a pickleball family, actually, Tim, because Andrew's wife also plays at beginner level. Andrew Fennell, former ultra marathon runner. Not got a great deal of background in racket sports, but adapted well to pickleball after some knee injuries forced him to stop running. And that's a nice put away from Perez. So a strong start here for Perez and Griffiths. And Kelly just popping that ball up. Griffiths not able to take advantage, so that sees Fennell and Kelly on the board here. That's nice technique from Paula Griffiths. Nice timing on the overhead smash. Nice placement as well.
That was an impressive smash, Nick. I suspect a tennis. A little bit of tennis experience going into that maybe, or possibly badminton as well.
Nice speed up from Andrew Fennell, just using his court experience there to catch Griffiths unawares. Nice disguise on the speed up. So after a slow start, it's Fennell and Kelly who find themselves in the lead here. And that's just put a bit of pressure on Perez and Griffiths.
Real pressure on Perez and Griffiths. Falling 6-2 behind at the change of ends after a strong start.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. It's 6 points in a row for Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly. So work to do here for Paula Griffiths and James Perez. 4-point lead for Fennell and Kelly. Great rescue from Kelly. Griffiths maintains the advance and puts the volley away. Great action here, live from Gloucester. And that 4-point lead is now reduced to a 3-point lead.
Yeah, good rally that. Possibly rally of the day so far. Nice put away. Oh, but reactions there from Catherine Kelly. Really nice. She knew that was coming. She popped the ball up, but was ready for the response.
Andrew Fennell just taking time out here. Not an official timeout, of course, but timeout to talk with his partner. And simple pickleball there from Perez, just keeping the ball in play. And sometimes when you're behind in a race to 11, the best strategy just to keep that ball in play. But Catherine Kelly, since the change of ends, has played some phenomenal stuff here.
Yeah, targeting Griffiths, who was at the back of the court. Always a good tactic when one of your opponents is at the back.
Griffiths looks to redirect the dink. Catches the net tape. So Fennell and Kelly very secure in their lead in this Group 2 fixture. That ball just goes wide this time, but you cannot fail to be impressed by the defences of Catherine Kelly.
Yeah, she looks focused. She looks zoned in. Although that was only just being pushed slightly long, so that gives Griffiths and Perez a chance if they can get on a run here and find themselves back in this game.
Defences again from Kelly, but it's persistence from Perez that wins the rally. I predict a comeback, Tim Spurway. There's a momentum change.
Yeah, they look very assured at the net, and Griffiths with a really nice roll volley during the course of that rally. But should be frustrated with that third shot drive, middle of the net. But they've got a second opportunity. Oh, and a third shot drive out wide this time, and that's 2 third shot drives, giving the opportunity right back to Fennell and Kelly.
Yeah, 2 missed thirds at this level leads to punishment. And punished they are. Miscommunication in the centre of the court. Hey diddle diddle straight down the middle wins the point for Fennell and Kelly. Yeah, and that's nice anticipation from Fennell and execution on the backhand volley as well. And those 2 missed third shots from Griffiths have come back to haunt her because it's match point. Andrew Fennell, Catherine Kelly. Serves just called wide though. Second match point here. And there it is. Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly get the job done at the second time of asking. Unforced errors. Costly for Paula Griffiths and James Perez. I'll be catching up with Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly after a short break, so don't go anywhere because we'll be back to find out exactly how Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly are feeling after an impressive victory here on the show courts for the UK Franklin Tour. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to the Oxstalls Tennis Centre here, live from Gloucester for PickleB on the Franklin UK Tour. And after an impressive performance here on the show court, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly. And Andrew, that looked rather impressive.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I always enjoy the time on show court, and we've now got 2 out of 2 on the wins on the table, so I'm pleased with that.
And Catherine, from your perspective, your defences in particular stood out to us while we were watching on commentary. There were quite a few rallies there where they looked to attack with power, but your defences stood up to the test.
Thank you very much. I'm aiming to try and get it back anyway because it's going to be a fast play all day. So really enjoyed it. Very nerve-wracking, but I enjoyed it.
And in terms of this mixed doubles pairing, Andrew, is this the first time you've played together or have you got previous experience?
No, we've played together once before in the Belgian Open last August at 3.5 and took gold on that occasion.
International success for the partnership then. And Catherine, what are your hopes for the rest of the day?
hopefully to get through the group and further on into the table, as far as we can go anyway. Hopefully a win.
Well, it looked very impressive from where I was sat, and we wish you all the very best of luck for the rest of the day. And who knows, maybe stood here later on with medals around your neck and we'll be talking more.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Thank you very much. That'd be great.
Congratulations to Andrew Fennell and Catherine Kelly. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of those later. We'll be back shortly with more action in our mixed doubles senior division here, live from Gloucester. But before we do, we'll grab a quick word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to Gloucester here for the Franklin UK Pickleball Tour. Event number 6 on the tour after Dorset, Cardiff, Hampshire. Tornated event in Basingstoke, Wiltshire sees us arrive into Gloucester. 14 events on the UK Franklin Tour. We're currently sitting at the top of the tree in all 3 divisions. In our men's, we've got James Lofthouse. In our women's, we've got Jen Hewitt. In our mixed, we've got Claire Bourgogne. So, lots of points available on the tour. Event number 7 will see the PickleB van roll into Cardiff in a few weeks' time. But players here today will be looking to cement their own stake for winning the end of season tour, that's for sure. That includes the 2 players we can see warming up on court now, Stu Stimpson and Jeanette Varndal. A fairly new partnership who've got aspirations of playing with each other throughout the rest of the show, including the upcoming English Open here that takes place in the UK in August for Pickleball England. They'll be taking on Graham Jones and Tara Jones from Stratford, the royal town of Stratford upon Avon. But Tim Spurway, Stu Stimpson and Jeanette Varndal could be a tough pair to overcome.
Yeah, they're both very experienced players. And coming into this match with 2 wins from 2 from the group stages as well. So showing themselves to be the team to beat so far. The Jones and Jones partnership winning 1 and losing 1, so they're no pushovers, and all with a chance at qualifying for the quarterfinals proper. It's a lot of groups in this division, Nick. There's 4 groups in total, so if you're going to emerge victorious, you're going to have to overcome a lot of competition and get through a lot of games to get to that final.
Yeah, and the standards definitely warming up, that's for sure, here in Gloucester. Over 21 divisions on display here today, but perhaps a short opportunity for me to thank Franklin, our tour sponsors, also providers of the nets here this weekend and the X40 ball, the ball of choice for players around the globe. Our association sponsors, Skechers Pickleball, footwear of choice for pickleball players both here in the UK and around the world. Skechers just launched an association with the Philippine Pickleball Federation for the development of sport in the Philippines as well. So Skechers branching out around the world, and Obsbots bringing you all the very best technology and quality in pictures for spectators around the world too. So wherever you're joining us from here for PickleB, we thank you. Feel free to interact with us here as we talk you through the day live on comments through YouTube, and we'll be sure to either give you a mention or draw attention to the fact that you're joining us here live from Gloucester, and we're about to get underway here. So we've got Stimpson and Varndal at the bottom of your screen. Varndal serving to Graham Jones and Tara Jones at the top of your screen.
Yeah, and a good third to start us off from Varndal.
And you can expect disguises like that from Stimpson all day long. The master of disguise, Stu Stimpson. Very unorthodox in his approach, but very effective, Tim.
Yeah, very, very awkward to play against. He really does baffle the opponents. And like you say, a lot of disguise on his shots. You never know what he's going to do next. And it's very effective.
Nice defences from Varndal. So we're at 0-1-2 here. Great defences from Graham Jones and Tara Jones. Keep that ball alive, another pop-up. And that ball's also called good. Great defences by Graham Jones, but the persistence of Varndal and the execution from Varndal, impressive. Yeah, that's nicely put away from Stimpson, who anticipates that ball being popped up into the centre of the court, comes across and poaches that volley.
Yeah, Nick, he puts his shots away really nicely, Stu Stimpson, when he gets opportunities.
And this is very much a step up in class once again for Graham Jones and Tara Jones, with these divisions combined at 4.0 and 4.5. Ball on court. Likely that didn't have an impact, and as we can see, there's an exchange there between the players, so a change of ends, and Stimpson and Varndal looking mightily impressive, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, that's the problem with Varndal and Stimpson is that they're both really strong on the drive with the thirds, so they really need to focus Jones on getting that deep return, not giving easy opportunities to drive that third.
And again, the explosion and power from Stimpson. Just catching Jones and Jones unaware here, because like we've mentioned previously this morning, the difference in power, pace, acceleration at the 4.5 plus level is completely different to that 4.0 level, and we see another example there from Varndal, who looks particularly strong on the forehand side in that mixed doubles partnership.
Yeah, those that recognise the name Varndal, the mother of Lauren Varndal, young lad who's one of the top players in the UK, incredibly impressive player.
And Stu Stimpson somehow digs out to drive to his midriff, pops it up, ends up being a lob winner. Not entirely sure that was intended, but impressive defences nevertheless. Once again, it's the power play from Stimpson that wins the exchange.
It's a drive third, Nick.
And unfortunately for Jones and Jones, they become victims of the first pickle of the day. It's a bagel. It's a donut. It's success for Van Dal and Stimpson. And Graham and Tara Jones will reflect on that. Definitely a step up in class. They'll reflect on that, I'm sure, and learn from it and be a little bit wiser next time out. But Stimpson and Van Dal, all class here. I'll be looking to catch up with them for a brief interview when we return after this short break.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
Welcome back to Gloucester here for the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour. And we've had our first pickle of the day, the first donut, the first bagel, courtesy of Stuart Stimpson and Jeanette Van Dal, who join me now. And that was pretty brutal. An 11-0 victory. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. It was great. Good feeling.
Yeah, rather impressive, Stuart. And we were talking during comms, your disguise and power in particular seemed to come to the fore there.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I always try to bring out my badminton flair, and it just worked today really well. New partner in Jeanette, played awesome today. And that's 4-0 so far today. And obviously, like you said, first pickle. You know, you can't argue with that. So,
yeah. Played for, won for, first pickle of the day, new partnership. Things look bright for the future.
Let's look at new category, 50 plus. No, it was good, and it's just have to think reset, and it showed on the court that if you reset and come to no volley zone and then wait for the opportunity and then attack, and you got it.
And what is the plan for the future for this partnership, Jeanette? Where can we look forward to seeing you again soon?
Well, hopefully at the English Open.
Absolutely.
That's the plan. So this is our first tournament, so we have a go. We haven't played one game, so this is just literally newbie for both of us, and we're enjoying it so far. It took a little bit time to warm up this morning, and I wasn't sure. I was very nervous, and I think Stu immediately picked up on that. But I think we sort of working up together better now.
Well, that didn't show on court at all. Stuart, you must be optimistic for advancing through, definitely, but also a medal at the end of the day, potentially.
I never take it for granted, Nick, but yeah, hopefully maybe take a bit of bling away with me today. You know, the colour doesn't really matter. New partnership. I think Jeanette would enjoy a gold. So, fingers crossed maybe. You never know. There's some stiff competition further along the line. So, but fingers crossed that we can continue what we did earlier. So.
Yeah, well, it looked impressive enough. Competition will be stiffer as the day goes on, I'm sure. But congratulations to you both. We wish you all the very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
That was Stuart Stimpson and Catherine Varndal joining us live here from Gloucester after their impressive 11-0 victory in the group stages. They will advance on to the latter stages where the knockout format will test their mettle and resolve, I'm sure. We'll be back with more top-tier action here after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Tyson McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber.
We're straight back here in Gloucester where I've managed to find a unique opportunity to grab a quick word with Trevor Robinson. Trevor, one of the tournament directors at this year English Nationals singles, and will be heavily involved in the English Open coming up, taking a short time out here to play himself today. But Trevor, just talk us through what it was like as tournament director for the English National singles first of all.
Tournament director actually was really easy. We didn't have that many issues. The players just got on with it, played their matches. You always have one or two issues, but generally it went really well. And it was really easy. Worked alongside Pep. Pep looked after the floor. He kept everyone going, kept the courts turning over really well. And we just worked really well together, and it was easy.
And a few days ago, Pickleball England released spaces for the English Open. Can you give us an update on how that's looking? Because in August, the action gets underway at Telford, and I'm led to believe spaces are going pretty fast.
It is absolutely packed solid at the moment. There's been so many entries. I think when I looked a couple of days ago, it was well over 1,800 entries already. It was over 1,500 within about 24, 48 hours. And there is very few limited spaces. There's people on standby already. And are they all going to get in? I'm not sure. It just really is. Every category is packed solid.
And that's just an indication of the development and the progress of Pickleball England and pickleball here in the UK, right?
Absolutely. Pickleball is growing massively. There's more people coming into the sport, and it's great to see so many people of all ages competing and wanting to do competitions and wanting to be involved in a big national event. And it's only the way it's going to grow and carry on going, really, hopefully.
And from a playing perspective for yourself, Trevor, you're in action here today. It's nice to see you on court. I know you've suffered with injuries for quite a long period of time now. Just talk to us about your playing experience recently and what you can expect from today.
Yeah, so I've been playing, about 7-8 years now? And I started off at 3.0. I've moved up levels, played in different competitions, played in doubles leagues. I've played in a couple of competitions around Europe. I was probably out for about a year with a torn rotator cuff, but I'm back playing now and just enjoying playing, enjoying competing and trying to fit it in with everything else that everybody has going on.
And just give us a quick word on Eden Valley Pickleball.
Yeah, we're doing really well. We've got a big club, lots of sessions. We have, 50-odd plus sessions a week. We have about 200, 250 players playing every week. And it's growing rapidly. There's a lot of interest in it. I think probably clubs all over the country experience the same sort of thing. There's a lot of interest, and then perhaps they get breakaway sections of clubs, so they have smaller clubs at smaller venues, where we've kept a sort of bigger club with lots of venues and lots of players. And it's going really well. We've got a good mix of players. Everyone enjoys playing, and we play to a good level.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to hear. And if I can just finish with a quick conversation on volunteers for the English Open, Trevor. I know we'll be recruiting, or Pickleball England will be recruiting soon. How critical are volunteers to the success of the English Open?
Without volunteers, it simply doesn't run. If there's not volunteers helping out on welcome desks, info desks, as court monitors, entering scores, then simply the event doesn't happen. We need volunteers.
And if people are interested in volunteering, how can they be part of the action at the English Open?
Yeah, just send an email in to either myself, Trevor at pickleballengland.org, or Karen at pickleballengland.org, or anyone that knows us, just collar us at an event and let us know, and we'll sort it out.
Fantastic, Trevor. Really appreciate you taking time out to have a chat with us. We thank you for everything that you're doing for Pickleball here in the UK and on the international scene as well, with all the organisation and hard work that sometimes possibly goes unnoticed behind the scenes. But if you're joining Pickleball England at the English Open in August, keep an eye out for Trevor and say hello. He'll be working hard, I'm sure, but thanks for joining us, Trevor.
Thanks, Nick.
That was Trevor Robinson, who joining us for a quick chat on things to look forward to coming up at the English Open in August. But you'll be seeing him on court later on today as well. We'll be back with some live action on our show court after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more.
Guffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion. CAS paddle stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Let's get it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester here for the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour event number 6. And it's senior mixed doubles action here all the way this morning. I'm delighted to say that on court we get our first look at Kate Greenstreet and Kevin McCarthy, who'll be playing in the blue and orange tops. I'll be taking on Joe Moore and Andrew Unwin, who hot-footed their way across for one of the outer courts to feature on the live stream. Group 2 game here in our senior 4-0 plus mixed doubles. Looks like it'll be McCarthy to serve, the left-handed McCarthy to serve at the top of your screen, with more receiving. And Tim Spurway joins me again live for this one. Tim, it was great to catch up with Trevor Robinson there in between games.
Yeah, brilliant. And we're looking forward now to another of our group matches, Nick, with Moore and Unwin. Moore and Unwin reaching the final in Swindon and just losing out. And we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin mistaking the white line for the kitchen. And I confess, Nick, it's not the first time I've seen people doing that today on this show court, but it's the first time I've seen it picked up.
Might just be a kitchen fault, that one. Poor Andrew Unwin.
Yeah, they were just pipped out, Unwin and Moore. Oh no, sorry, it was Unwin and McCarthy that reached the final in Swindon. And they were just pipped out by Cornish and Mark Johnson. So former partners playing against each other here in Gloucester. And taking an early lead, Unwin and Moore, 2-0-2.
Ball's called out from McCarthy on the initial cross-court dink. So Greenstreet and McCarthy off the mark here. Kev McCarthy, well known from Blano Gwent Pickleball Club. Helps to run the Dragon League down in South Wales. Has been responsible for setting up his own ranking system for players in pickleball, the 4D ranking system, which sees clubs as far as Australia choosing to use. An impressive pickleball player in his own right, Kev McCarthy. Yeah, nice step from Green Street. Unwin trying to move through the transition zone and reset, but just not able to execute. And this time it's more with the missed third. So, in the early exchanges here, Tim, it's an opportunity for players just to get back to basics. Can be slightly more nerve-wracking on the show court.
Yeah, it will be. So we got 4, I would say, fairly evenly matched players here. So this one could go either way. But McCarthy and Greenstreet opening up a 3-point advantage. We play the point. Ball flying on court. And that's good reactions there from Andrew Unwin. A nice roll volley and a good follow-up as well. McCarthy unable to get that one back. So they win the serve back and look to reduce this deficit, but a bit of misfortune there, and the frustration clearly showing on Moore's face. But that's another strong drive, and that reduces the deficit to just 2 points now.
And again, you can just see Unwin getting stuck in the transition zone, not positioning himself, no foundation, solid foundation to play that shot from. And in the early stages here, Tim, if there's one bit of advice, it would be to gradually work your way from the baseline to the kitchen line, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's good advice, Nick. Just in that point there. Popped up shot down the middle, and I think both partners just slightly going for it. Andrew makes a connection but puts it in the bottom of the net, and that's a disappointing point for them. So take them to the change of ends. Because it was a good return in the first instance. But,
that ball just goes wide from Moore after the moonball serve, moonball return. McCarthy with a third shot drive. All 4 players established at the kitchen line, but the dink just goes wide, so Oh, it was a great poach from McCarthy to begin with, but the reflexes and anticipation from Unwin just sends that ball back behind. Out of leave from Unwin, but Moore keeps the ball in play. And an opportunity to close the gap here for Moore and Unwin, who need to make a move right now. That ball was going miles long, and it's McCarthy who puffs the cheeks out as if to say, thank you very much, Andrew Unwin.
Yeah, I'd be really frustrated with that because they have had opportunities to get back in this game so far, and they've just made a couple of errors, and it just shows, Nick. Make your opponents play one more ball, and it will often pay dividends.
Great defences from Kevin McCarthy. The drives going cross court again from Unwin. I think I'd like to see that drive in a straight line, which sets up the opportunity for a shake and bake Tim Spurway.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll want to try and get some quick and easy points to get back into this. And the shake and bake is always a good option for that, Nick. So here is their opportunity. A bit of luck, fortune going their way. And so they'll be looking to take their opportunities. And again, we see it there, Nick. Did everything right until that last shot. Just put in the net. And that's maybe 3 or 4 times that's happened to Andrew Unwin. And this game could be very different if they put those ones away.
And for a second there, Greenstreet and McCarthy went to badminton formation, front and back. But McCarthy comes out on top. So, race to 11 here, win by 1. McCarthy and Greenstreet in the ascendancy. McCarthy misreads the speed up from Moore, just catches the top edge of that paddle. The volley goes wide. Second scoring opportunity. And that ball does go long this time from Greenstreet. Unwin doing well to leave the ball on that particular point. 3 points to gap. 2 opportunities to close it. Great patience.
And that is brilliant. Yeah, really strong from Andrew Unwin there. Taking his opportunity at the right time. And they have got another point on the board, Nick, after a few non-scoring side outs. So this is now just a 2-point game. And those opportunities now being converted. A lovely overhead there from Andrew Unwin. Just 1 point in it.
Yeah, there's definitely a momentum shift here. And we can see Unwin's just become slightly more alert to that kitchen line, looking to poach, looking to exploit any opportunity that comes his way. That ball just goes narrowly long, though. It's highly competitive here on show courts, and Green Street and McCarthy, who've been stuck on 7 for a while, really need to trouble the scoreboard at this change. And there we see again Unwin being the dominant player at the kitchen line, using his long reach, using his anticipation well.
Yeah, I feel that Unwin's really stepped up his game here. He's stuck at it after a few missed opportunities early on, and that patience has paid off because now he's playing some really nice stuff and putting those opportunities away.
Yeah, but not for the first time today. The speed up attempted on McCarthy. McCarthy's defences more than equipped to deal with the attack.
Just overshot, rushing in, and that does happen when you're moving forward. You've got to adjust for your forward momentum. And Andrew Unwin trying just be a tiny bit too aggressive. It's a good move, but it's miscalculated.
Great defences from McCarthy here. And I don't mind the aggression from Unwin in terms of his advancements. But as soon as that ball's struck by his opponent, he needs to split step, solid base, and play from there, Tim. McCarthy not only misses the volley, but was easily inside that non-volley zone by about 2 feet, Tim Spurway.
I think that white line is throwing a few people off because I haven't seen it happen so much, Nick, on the other side of the court. Obviously, we've got a better view of this side where we're sat, but it has been happening a few times, but people often don't notice when they're playing, and so it rarely gets called.
And once again, when Andrew Unwin looks back on the footage, I'm sure he will reflect upon his movement through the transition zone from the baseline to the non-volley zone. And it's a key skill set to have to position yourself accordingly and be in control of every part of your body when you're playing a shot in pickleball. That ball's lobbed up from Green Street and lands in.
Yeah, they have had their opportunities. You can't say Moore and Unwin have not created the chances, but just been unable to take them in this game so far. It's not over yet. Yeah, and a nice finish there. Moving his opponents around. Andrew Unwin, Green Street unable to get that one back. So next couple of points absolutely crucial for Moore and Unwin. If they're going to get back in this game, they need to take the serve. And a really fast hands from McCarthy. He turns up at the right time. Just missed third though. And there will be another opportunity for Moore and Unwin. And it's very possible, Nick, they can get back in this if they play their best pickleball. But he's just shutting the door, McCarthy. Handling those powerful drives from Unwin really nicely. No way through here, Andrew. There is a second opportunity.
Once again, McCarthy is in the kitchen.
Yeah, you got to call that one, I think. He was almost beyond the white line.
For those new to pickleball, non-volley zone, either side of the net means if you play the ball on the volley, you cannot allow your body to then land in that zone. Otherwise, it's a fault and your team will lose the point. So, 2 points from victory here for Green Street and McCarthy. And Green Street just not able to execute on the backhand dink. So, second scoring opportunity. And a missed third there from McCarthy. So, opportunity knocks here for Moore and Unwin, who have gradually forced their way back into this game in a highly competitive encounter here on the show courts.
Oh, brilliant play. Really good play from both teams there. And when it's come to those long rallies, in the match so far, Green Street and McCarthy have often come on top. But in that occasion, Moore playing a really lovely shot and showing some good defensive skills as well. So that takes the deficit now to just 1 point, Nick.
Yeah, and this game has been a tale of two halves, really. It was McCarthy and Green Street who got off to the fast start. But it's more an unwinner of finishing like a train. And look at that from Moore, just able to execute the overhead smash. And all of a sudden we're tied. First to 11. Win by 1. What a comeback this will be for Moore and Unwin if they can get over the line. But again, just a missed third. So, can Green Street and McCarthy capitalise? Yeah, that's really nice from Andrew Unwin, who just keeps Green Street pierced to the baseline and is able to put away the winning volley. Nice from Green Street, though. Is that ball called good? It is indeed. So it's the first match point here for Green Street and McCarthy, who've had to work incredibly hard to get to this stage.
There we go. Yep. So here we go, Nick. Match point.
And that's called wide. And that is it. McCarthy and Green Street, in what looks an unlikely victory at one stage, do manage to get over the line. Spirited efforts from Unwin and Joe Moore, who will rue missed opportunities in the first half of that encounter. Greater consistency required if they're to advance through to the knockout stages. But congratulations to McCarthy and Green Street, who get over the line in a highly competitive affair. Coming up next, we have the first game of our men's open division. which will feature James Hemming and Joe Roberts taking on Michael Lidington and Dan O'Brien. Those players are warming up on court now, so we're going to stay with the action in the hope that this gets underway fairly swiftly. So players just going through their final warm-up routines here before we get underway in our first game of our men's division at 4-0 plus. Once again, the two categories combined today, 4.5 and 4-0, so you can expect to see a wide range in abilities here on the show court as we move deeper into the afternoon. With Dan O'Brien at the top of your screen in the white shorts, playing with his partner Michael Lidington. And on the opposite side of the court, we've got James Hemming wearing his cap back to front, and Joe Roberts at the top of your screen. James Hemming's part of the Gloucester Bombings Pickleball Club. Ex-rugby player, has represented Gloucestershire at that level. Also played in Canada, representing Toronto in a national tournament. My first look at James Hemming, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on today. So just the last few serves here for all four players, and then we'll be underway. Tim, some top players to look out for this afternoon in this division, including Scott Mayo and Lewis Oakey, who team up. They'll be favourites this afternoon to take home gold, I'm sure. We've got Ian Marshall and Trevor Robinson, who we heard from earlier. They'll be on the show court. Jake Matthews and Phil Nash, Oliver Jones, Rob Ackery. And then our women's draw also gets underway, featuring Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters, Nye Rogers and Maisie Wise, to mention a few. So some top quality games to look forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, it should be really good. PickleB enthusiasts will be aware of Michael Lidington and Dan O'Brien, both featuring at these tournaments regularly, and indeed the show court as well. I've got a little pick in Rob Ackery and Oliver Jones, Nick. Rob Ackery and Oliver Jones also from Bristol, like Michael Liddington. And both very handy players indeed. Rob Akery entered the singles at 4.5 at the English Nationals and got a couple of wins against some really strong players. You may have seen him when you were commentating on that, Nick, I'm not sure. But very handy player. And Oliver Jones also very strong. So, yeah, we've got some interesting players to watch and look forward to watching later on. We'll be watching those two in a couple of matches' time at 12:20. But we turn our attention to this game now, Nick, that's just about to get underway. With James Hemming, ball in hand, just doing up his shoelaces. Everybody's stretching. It's their first game of the day. And centre show court here. We'll see how these guys handle that.
Yeah, a quick shout out to Nisha Raja, who's joining us on the live stream. Thanks for interacting in our live chat. Nisha on her way to London, just catching some of the live pickleball action here. Great defences from O'Brien. And once again, but unbelievable reactions there from Hemming.
That white line is causing a little bit of chaos on this side, Nick. All mistaking it for the kitchen.
Yeah, I don't know why so much though, Tim Spurway. It's not unusual for players here in the UK to be playing on acrylic surfaces over tennis court lines, and today's no different. If they just think yellow, they have no problem at all.
Yeah, I think we can put it down to probably just first time playing on these courts as well. First time playing today. Some nerves jangling around. Take a little while to get used to conditions here in Gloucester, this fantastic arena.
Nice deep serve from Robert. And the net tape just coming to the aid of Hemming there, who just raises his hand to apologise, but impressive early exchanges here in our men's division. And this time it's Liddington who bounces right back with the net tape.
It's a very acceptable time to have a net tape straight after the previous one. Going in your favour this time, so that evens things up, and we're 2-0-2.
My first look, like I suggest, Tim, at Hemming, but looks very controlled in his playing style. Left-handed, and just causing some problems here for Liddington and O'Brien in the early exchanges.
Yeah, these guys regularly team up together. They've played a few events before. I've seen them around, and I've played against them a couple of times. As you say, very solid players. Cause all kinds of problems.
As we've seen, though, at previous events, moments of brilliance are not good enough at this level. It's been able to apply those moments consistently throughout the course of a game and ultimately a tournament. Yeah, lovely anticipation from Liddington. The drop from Dan O'Brien was exceptional. O'Brien been working hard on his game in between tournaments, doing a lot of drilling.
Working harder than most, I think, Nick. Up at 5 a.m, crack of dawn, getting down to the courts for 6 with his partner Chanel Lowe, mixed doubles partner. And putting me to shame anyway.
Well, we've had the weather here in the UK for outdoor practice, which has seen an influx in players looking for outdoor courts. Great play again from Liddington and O'Brien, who just look comfortable here at the moment, who look in control, who look like they're the dominant partnership on the show court.
Yeah, they are looking confident, and they're you can see that by the way they're kind of shots they're playing. They're thinking about the shots before they play them. They're playing those drops at the right time. They're not just wildly swinging at the ball. And a lovely deep return there, and not giving Hemming and Roberts a squeak at the minute.
Yeah, Roberts attempting the lob, but O'Brien more than equipped on the overhead smash in dealing with that. So Liddington and O'Brien consistent and comfortable. Hemmings and Roberts, those moments of exceptional play, but slightly inconsistent. Tim Spurway.
Yeah, and they'll be talking now about how they can turn things around. It's not going to be easy when you're facing opponents as experienced and consistent as Liddington and O'Brien. But that will help.
Yeah, O'Brien not going aerial enough on the lob. And that's punished by Roberts.
But again, Nick, that lovely deep return with slice on it. Going low, and they never really got in that point, Hemming and Roberts. So really closing the door, Liddington and O'Brien, on these opportunities that they are getting. Frustration there, going from Roberts to letting out a yell of frustration after that missed third.
Yeah, and the shot selection there from O'Brien is first class, because the return was mid-court. O'Brien could have quite easily driven that ball, but he goes to what has been working for him most in this game, and that's just placing the ball in the kitchen and taking advantage of the pop-ups. And there again we see Liddington just placing the ball in the kitchen and taking advantage of the error.
It's really, really impressive match play, because they're not doing anything totally extraordinary, but they're playing pickleball. They're playing the right shots at the right time, and they're really putting their experience on display here. And yeah, it's looking pretty formidable now.
Well, after bright early flourishings from Roberts and Hemming, it's clear that the experience of O'Brien and Liddington at this level has just told, and told in abundance, really.
Yeah, Dan O'Brien has said in the past, when he plays at a higher level, says you can sometimes feel he plays a little bit too defensive against some of the really strong players. So it'll be interesting to see throughout the day if he curbs some of those defensive instincts. He's a little bit more attacking pickleball. But he hasn't needed to switch up a gear so far. We're making it seem pickleball very easy when it's played like this, Nick.
Yeah, they're up against two opponents here, though, who have just become more nervous as this game has gone on. The longer they've been on zero, the longer they've not been able to work their way into exchanges, it's become more and more difficult for Roberts and Hemming, and that brings up match point and possibly a pickle in the first game of the day. And there it is, after a non-volley zone fault from Roberts. It's Liddington and O'Brien who pickle the partnership of Roberts and Hemming in an impressive display that was entirely comfortable and within limits for Dan O'Brien and Michael Liddington. We'll be back with more action as we move into our semi-final stages of our senior mixed doubles competition. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. Go of leave.
McCarthy and Green Street opening up a 3-point serve. And a really fast up.
And she's up match point and possibly a pickle in the first game of the
defensive skills as well. So that takes the deficit now to just 1 point, Nick. He's always a good option for that, Nick.
So, great defenses from McCarthy here. And I don't mind the aggression.
Just losing out. And we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin unable to get that one back. So they win the serve back and look to reduce this deficit. But
and we can see
Unwin to take their opportunities. It's not over yet. Out a yell of frustration after that missed third.
Kitchen line, but the dink just goes wide, so oh, it was a great poach. Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here, live from Gloucester for PickleB on the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour. And it's semi-final action here as Mark Johnson and Justine Stephen take on the returning Janet Black and Chris Wilson. And we're underway here. Still, I believe, a race to 11, win by 1. A little bit of friendly fire there between Wilson and Black. Wilson just catching the back of his partner. But it's our first look at Mark Johnson today. One of the stylish players on the tour. He and his partner, Justin Stephen, remain undefeated today with 4 wins out of 4 in the group stages. Wilson and Black just suffering 1 defeat. Their only defeat coming here on the show court in one of the first games of the day. So it's a football here again, and for some reason players are not able to determine the difference between yellow and white, and it's causing a little bit of confusion at the kitchen zone. Great action, great exchanges, great smash from Stephen. Stephen and Johnson a force to be reckoned with here, that's for sure. Really impressive Welsh duo.
So we're putting in, you can probably see on the stream now, Maisie Wise standing to the side of the court on the right hand side there, and she will be calling out foot faults going forward. Hopefully that will clear up the issues we've been having with that white line. And they will, after this game, be putting some green dotted takedown over that white line to make it a bit more clear. But it's one not to go up to.
Yeah, nice drive from Wilson. So Wilson and Black, for all of the dominance here of Johnson and Stephen, have just got themselves a slight lead.
Yeah, we saw them earlier, didn't we, Nick, on this show court, and they hadn't yet settled, looking very nervous, both of them. But clearly they've really turned things around during the group stage, and they've settled into this really nicely, getting 3 wins there, finishing second in their group. And establishing a bit of a lead here as well.
Serve goes long.
Serve goes long. They're handing the side out right back to Johnson and Stephen, who performed incredibly well in the group stages, finishing top of their group.
Nice drop into the kitchen by Black. Johnson not able to rescue, was there in plenty of time, just not able to elevate that ball. So pressure on Johnson and Stephen here. Nice hands and reactions from Mark Johnson, who won't be feeling the pressure at all.
I spoke to Mark Johnson after Swindon, and he says pickleball is just for fun. He never gets nervous on the court. He just plays his game, and he does have that aura of coolness about him when he plays and moves across the court. Very evident in his game.
Great placement again from Johnson. It was Black, strong in defence. And the slice return from Wilson is just causing 1 or 2 troubles for Stephen here. Nice placement once more from Black. So it's Wilson and Black with a 1-point lead and an opportunity to extend their lead here. And a rare error from Mark Johnson. Change of ends. 2 points the advantage here for Wilson and Black in our mixed doubles semi-final. And it's impressive team spur away at the minute from Janet Black and Chris Wilson.
Yeah, very impressive. They've applied themselves really nicely in this game. Not making things easy for Johnson and Stephen. I think this game, Nick, is far from over, though. Johnson and Stephen, really fierce competitors and very experienced. So even though there's now a 3-point deficit, I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Yeah, great attack on the left-hand side. The forehand side of Stephen. If they just think, Tim Spurway, that Chris Wilson would be hitting too many balls for my liking if I was Mark Johnson and Stephen at this stage of the game. I'll be looking to play a little bit more on Black, look to isolate her, freeze Wilson out of the game. Just wonder if Johnson and Stephen have got their strategy right here. And that just catches Stephen on the top of the leg. And
so it was a foot fault. And Chris Wilson, again, that white line catching people out. He was stood well in the kitchen for a couple of volleys there. So Maisie intervening and calling that one a foot fault.
Look at the defences from Black, but the persistence of Stephen. Black, incredible defence there, managing to reset the ball into court continuously, but the intervention from Maisie Wise on the foot fault was huge because all of a sudden it's a 1 point game. The lob goes long from Stephen, and this is highly competitive stuff in our mixed doubles.
This one really could go either way, Nick. Good drive there, though. Picking up on your strategy. Just targeting the backhand side of Janet Black, who has stood a little bit into the transition zone. And there is another foot fault there. And there is another foot fault there. Maisie Y is almost embarrassed to point that one out. I don't think it's a job that she particularly wants to do or particularly enjoys doing.
Either way, it's changed the momentum and the swing of this game. Yeah, well played, Chris Wilson, who rescued 2 balls in a row there to ensure that he stayed in that rally, and they've now got a 1 point deficit to make back, and you're not going to do it like that. So Johnson and Stephen managed to hold on to their advantage here in our semi-final. Is it medical? So it's a medical timeout here for Chris Wilson, who's just, it seems, just pulled his hamstring slightly on court. Who just needed a little bit of time just to ensure he's okay. I think overstretched when he was rescuing in the penultimate point there. Either way, there's work to do here now for Wilson and Black. And once again, Black's defences are strong.
Yeah, that was good reactions. You feel like that's he's getting strong at that shot, and it's almost the more gentle ones. Oh, blocks it there. Chris at the back, coming forward.
You cannot get past Janet Black, no matter what you do, how hard you hit the ball, at whatever angle. Janet Black, she's a walking wall.
And drive there from Chris Wilson, also paying dividends.
But puts the serve wide. unreturned serve as well. So miss serve, unreturned serve. It's a race to 11. It's win by 1. Mark Johnson can't believe it. Sends the lob long. So it's now or never for Stephen and Johnson.
Doesn't look like that injury's affected him too much. He moved quite nicely back to that lob. Did Chris Wilson.
And possibly the easiest shots of all, the one that wasn't defence, the shot that was actually an attacking shot, comes off the top edge of the paddle. And we're tied at 10-10. Win by 1. Match point Johnson and Stephen. And the net tape. Did the ball bounce on the bar though? Let's have a look back.
So Mark Johnson saying that the ball hit the bar on the way down.
We're just going to have a look now on the replay.
Did it, Nick?
I don't think it did looking at the replay, but all 4 players have agreed to replay the point there.
We love a bit of controversy at a PickleB event.
And I tell you what, it's a match changer. It's a tournament changer. And the advantages of the replay here, courtesy of our technical director, mean that all the fortune in the world goes to Mark Johnson and his partner, Stephen. Justine Stephen, in what ultimately is a dramatic victory after 2 or 3 non-volley zone calls, which changed the momentum of that game in the second half, followed by a replayed point. This replayed point here, where Mark Johnson claimed that after the net, the ball hit the central bar, and it didn't. But that would have been a mistake by Mark Johnson. That's not a deliberate play.
No,
in the slightest, because Mark Johnson is one of the most honest players you will find. But ultimately, it's Johnson and Stephen who take away the victory. Congratulations to them. They move into the final. We'll be back with more action after this short break.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to Gloucester here for PickleB in the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour. We're underway in our second men's doubles game of the day at Open Age 4.0 Plus, featuring Ian Marshall and Trevor Robinson at the top of your court, taking on Rob Akery and Oliver Jones at the bottom. You've got Akery in the white cap, Jones who just served there, Marshall wearing the leggings, and Robinson in the shorts at the top of your screen.
We've already had our first foot fault, Nick. Rob Akery just straying into the kitchen there. So Rob Akery and Jones, we're getting a first look at these pairs. Rob Akery and Oliver Jones. My tip to maybe make a run in this category today. Very strong players. If they can get to grips with telling apart that kitchen line, they should do quite well.
Well, that completely burdens Akery and Jones with the Spurway predictions then.
I'm putting my neck on the line.
Great exchanges here, live in Gloucester, and it's Akery and Jones who come out on top of the hands battle. Great fast-paced action. Lovely topspin forehands by Ian Marshall. And this game has started at a rate of knots. Robinson just sending that ball long. And this time, Marshall just gets the volley all wrong. So it is Akery and Jones in the ascendancy here.
Yeah, shot to watch out for, Nick, is that Marshall forehand. Comes from a table tennis background, I believe, and he whips it like you wouldn't believe. So difficult to react to it, but his backhand's not too bad either, putting that shot away.
Yeah, it was the backhand that come to the fore on that occasion. Just piercing the partnership of Acrylic and Jones.
And a good start from Acrylic and Jones, taking a 3-point lead early stages, and that takes us to the change of ends. My prediction not looking too bad so far, Nick. On course.
Just left port, it could be described. Tim Spurway, let alone on course for in the first half of the first game for these players. But no, very impressive beginnings by Acrylic and Jones, and it's all about reactions and fast-paced action at the minute. And Robinson and Marshall have got to find a way of slowing this game down. And there we see, when Robinson and Marshall have established at the kitchen line, the game's slow and played at their pace, they're in control. But if Acrylic and Jones are able to dominate as they did in the first half of this game, then all of the success will remain with them. Once more, it's speed off the ball, placement for Marshall, and that wins the exchange.
A really good block from Oliver Jones, and then the follow-up roll volley from Acrylic, very assured. And they're looking confident here, winning that serve back. No scoring side out for Marshall and Robinson. They're both Bristol guys, Acrylic and Jones. Acrylic now quite regularly partnering up Tracy Matthews, who we'll be seeing a bit later on today.
And once again, when there's pace on the ball, it's Acrylic and Jones who come out on top here. Marshall and Robinson have got to find a way of slowing this game down if they're to make inroads in their quest to get to 11.
It's a really nice effortless smash from a slight miscommunication from Marshall and Robinson, and they are on cruise control at the moment. There we are. You might have thought it was 9, it was 10. So that does bring this match to a close, and a very confident performance from Acrylic and Jones there, Nick.
Yeah, rather impressive by Jones and Acrylic, who had a game plan. The game plan was speed, the game plan was power. And Robinson, Marshall just not able to defend against it or change the momentum of that particular matchup. So congratulations to Acrylic and Jones. They may very well be a force to be reckoned with as the day progresses, especially with Spurway in their corner. We'll be back shortly with our senior mixed doubles final. Sure to be a competitive affair featuring Johnson and Stephen up against Hill and Burgoyne. You will not want to miss that one. So join us after a short word from our sponsors.
There's always a good option for that, Nick.
Yeah, well played.
Unable to get that one back, so they win the serve back and look to reduce this deficit. But
and we can see win.
McCarthy and Greenstreet opening up a 3-point serve. And a really fast. So here we go, Nick. Match point. Offensive skills as well. So that takes the deficit now to just 1 point, Nick. Him. Up.
And now got a 1 point deficit to make back, and you're not going to do it like. Yeah, that's really nice. Enroads in their quest to get to 11. Great defences from McCarthy here. And I don't mind the aggression.
Out a yell of frustration after that missed third.
Yeah, O'Brien not go. But it's more a non-winner of finishing like a train. And look,
what's it there? Chris at the back coming forward.
You can. Out of leave. Match point, Johnson and Stephen. And the net brings up match point and possibly a pickle in the first game of the. Welcome back to Gloucester at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre for PickleB on the Franklin UK Pickleball Tour event number 6. And we're just getting ready here for the mixed doubles senior final. We can see Simon Farr and Steve Beale on court. Just putting some red tape down over a white tennis court line. It seems to have caught one or two players out so far today. Our technical director Colin doing a great job of zooming in on Simon Farr as he does his best work of the day on court.
Hasn't done very well. He was playing today, Simon Farr. So he'll be rubbing that line down pretty hard in frustration.
Simon Farr crawling better than he plays here. We call him the tortoise here, and you can see why. That's pretty much his one pace as well on court. Anyway, enough of the joviality because the serious stuff is about to start here with our mixed doubles final here on the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour for PickleB in association with Skechers and Obsbot, where Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne will be looking to add to an already very impressive medal tally for 2025 up against Mark Johnson and his partner, Stephen. Who, I have to be honest, Tim Spurway, first name keeps escaping me. Which is not good at all, is it? I'm sure it begins with a J, and I'm going to find it. It's not Janet, no. It's more, I think it might be Joanne. Anyway, that will come back to us without doubt. Slightly embarrassing moment here on comms. Justine Stephen. There we go. Of Torrefine Pickleball Club, as is Mark Johnson there in South Wales.
Yeah, this should be an interesting encounter, Nick. I'm really looking forward to this. We obviously have incredibly experienced pair in Burgoyne and Hill. But Mark Johnson, he's so cool, he's so calm, and he's got such a wide variety of shots. He's used to winning as well. And Justine Stephen as well performed well when we saw her earlier. So what are we thinking, Nick? A 3-set stunner for this one?
I should imagine this is going to be highly competitive, where the control and poise coming from Stephen and Johnson, and perhaps some of the power coming from Burgoyne and Hill. Could be a clash of strategy here. Change of format for the final as well. It's a race to 11, but it's the first to 2 games, so best of 3 games. Gold medal up for grabs. And there we see the power coming from Burgoyne, but Stephen dealing with the drive on the backhand side. Hill resetting.
Yeah, that was an accomplished point. Accomplished play. Justine Stephen there.
Yeah, great play from Nathan Hill. Just puts that ball over the top of the net to the backhand side of Johnson. Johnson not able to defend the speed up, just puts the ball long. I think we're at 3-0 here, actually, Tim. So, as we expected, a strong start for Hill and Burgoyne. Johnson and Stephen will want to get off the mark at this opportunity. They want to risk falling too far behind in this first game. That's slightly too long by Stephen, so fail to get off the mark they do. Burgoyne, again, just using all of experience to have a chat with Nathan Hill about potential deployment of tactics. Slice return from Johnson hits the top of the net tape, so
very nice finish there. Yeah, really good from Justine Stephen. That will give them a bit of confidence, but they've still got one more to come. And as you say, Nick, they won't want to fall too far behind early on against this really, really experienced partnership.
Once again, nice defences by Justine Stephen, who when that ball's on her forehand side, looks very accomplished indeed. Left hand of Justin Stephen. So Stephen and Johnson are on the board here. First point for them of the final. That will settle them down, I'm sure. You see the bronze medal match has started behind the live stream, featuring Van Dal and Stimpson taking on Black and Wilson over there. Hill and Burgoyne successful against Van Dal and Simpson in their semi-final encounter.
And we'll try and give you some updates from that as we progress through this final.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune for Hill there. And it's Hill and Burgoyne who reach 6 here, but no need for change of ends because it's a potential 3-game encounter. Yeah, it's not just the speed up from Nathan Hill, but it's about the placement, the accuracy and the precision as well. That just makes that volley difficult for Mark Johnson. He's utilising his backhand outside of his left side hip, making it difficult to control that ball. For those people who are just starting out in pickleball or who are looking to develop a drive from the transition zone or baseline, players will normally defend the drive utilising their backhand, which is really comfortable when the backhand position is in between the left and right hip, so within the confines of the body, but anything on the outside makes it slightly more difficult to control. And once again, the drive just catches Johnson out, so Hill and Burgoyne are in complete control here. And that's forced Mark Johnson to do things that you never see Mark Johnson do. And for the first time, there's a little bit of pressure starting to show on Mark Johnson. Is Mark Johnson feeling the pinch? I wonder.
Yeah, those last 2 points, very uncharacteristic. Normally very assured and snatching at those last 2 shots. So it's a bit of a hill to climb, probably more than a hill, a mountain in this first game, but it is best of 3, so they can finish a bit stronger here, give themselves some confidence going into the second game. I think that will do them the world of good.
Ball's called out from Burgoyne. I wonder if we've got a replay on that. No, I don't think we have, unfortunately.
And that is the first game going to Hill and Burgoyne. I think it was a good attempt, tough to call. I don't think ultimately it would have changed the flow of that first game had it gone in.
Either way, it's Hill and Burgoyne who are in complete control here, just showing all of their quality and class. And we remarked at the start of the day that the competition today has got 2 combined levels of 4.5 plus and 4.0. And the first description for Hill and Burgoyne were they were more akin to 5.0 players in this division. And that gulf in class is just showing at the moment, Tim Spurway.
Yeah. They need to tighten things up. Get those returns nice and deep. Make sure they cut out some of those errors. But that's a good start for Johnson and Stephen. Straight away getting on the board in this second game. And they're both very strong players, so if they can play a good tactical game, I wouldn't put it past them to make a little bit of a comeback.
Slight feint from Nathan Hill there, a dummy, before piercing that ball to the base of Justin Stephen. Meanwhile, in the background here, I don't know if you heard the commotion, but happy birthday being sung to Steve Beale and Simon Farr, because PickleB are 2 years to the day this weekend, I believe, Tim Spurway. So happy birthday to PickleB.
Happy birthday to PickleB. Putting on some fantastic events over the last couple of years, consistently bringing quality and in making improvements all the time. They've come a long way in 2 years, haven't they, Nick?
Very much have indeed, putting on events for players of all levels, all abilities, all ages here in the UK. Travelling north, south and in the Midlands, coast to coast opportunities for pickleball players in the UK on a regular basis, setting up the UK Franklin Tour and enhancing opportunities through the live stream as well. So congratulations to Steve Beale and Simon Farr on your second anniversary together.
We return to action here. It is all looking a bit simple so far for Hill and Burgoyne. Couple of missed returns earlier on in this game as well from Johnson and Stevens. So it's now or never, you feel, Nick?
Once again, the speed up from Hill just catches Justin Stephen in the midriff for the second time in as many points. And Hill and Burgoyne are like a runaway freight train that's difficult to stop. It's difficult to say as well, but it's definitely difficult to stop here.
The mentality as well, coming back from this kind of deficit, it's not an easy feat at all. If you've got even if you have the ability, which they do have, getting that belief that you can do it is another thing entirely.
What a rescue by Nathan Hill. And great advances by Burgoyne, who lets out a shriek of "come on." Claire Burgoyne, our number one player on the mixed divisions here for the UK Franklin Tour, currently sits top of the tree as the highest ranked player that's amassed the most amount of tour points in all 5 events this year, and she's going to strengthen her position by the look of it. That ball just goes wide.
Another 1,000 points, I believe, if you win, Nick. So that will go on to the already stacked tally of Burgoyne.
Yeah, she's managed to amass 3,300 points at the 4.5 level. And out of 553 players, Claire Burgoyne is number one.
And you can see why, Nick. That one just creeping wide, but a very strong all-round game. Claire Burgoyne, very difficult to break down. Side out, and they serve now at 7-4-1. That's ATP unsuccessful that time. What I really like about Claire Burgoyne's shots, though, is that forehand topspin cross court. She hits it so nicely, and it dips so much, making it so difficult for the opponents to get it back. It's not hit with an enormous amount of pace, but it's so consistent and just hits such a challenging spot on the court that it wins her quite a few points. And we've seen a couple in this match, but as well earlier today she was hitting it really nicely on the show court here.
Yeah, success here for Hill and Burgoyne would also bring Nathan Hill into the top 5 of the Franklin UK Tour standings. But look at that from Justin Stephen, who's not going down without a fight. Opens up on the cross-court drive. Forehand dominance there by Stephen. And Johnson and Stephen just showing all of the resilience we'd expect from the pair from South Wales.
And they have reduced it, Nick, to a 2-point deficit in this game. Consistency of the dink there from Burgoyne. Just outlasting her opponents.
Claire Burgoyne's just very clever at putting that ball into the kitchen, into difficult areas. Oh, Mark Johnson with play of the day. Fast-paced exchange to begin with, but it's touch and finesse that comes to the fore here. Just a flick of the wrist back cross court. Mark Johnson. Sensational stuff.
A lovely reaction, and it's a reaction as well to that beautiful cross-court forehand by Claire Burgoyne, which I was just waxing lyrical about. Mark Johnson flicks one back himself.
Yeah, great drive by Nathan Hill, who's got this habit of just driving that ball 2 or 3 inches above the net tape. That ball dips below the height of the net and it's difficult to defend against. And Mark Johnson and Justin Stephen find any momentum here to turn this final on its head. Just one or two times in the final, we've seen Mark Johnson express himself in ways that we've not seen previously in these events, Tim Spurway. Is that pressure, or is that Mark Johnson looking to reevaluate his play?
That's a fantastic pass there from Mark Johnson. In that previous shot, yeah, just snatching at it. And when you are chasing a lead, no matter how cool you are normally on the court, you do often try to just finish the point and win the point quickly. And I think he was just a victim of that, but takes their tally up to 6. A lovely roll volley there with power. Claire Burgoyne on the backhand side of Justine Stephen, causing all kinds of problems, and they are at 9-6-1, I believe.
And again, just Burgoyne putting that ball into areas that make it difficult. And we've got championship point, gold medal point here for Hill and Burgoyne. That just catches the top of the net. So second opportunity, second championship point. Will Burgoyne and Hill walk away with the gold medal right now? That ball goes wide. Mark Johnson defending balls that look like they were going long. So 2 championship points saved.
Justine Stephen, birds mid-court into the net. So frustrated with herself. Opportunity to get back in this. Spurned.
Again, the placement and precision by Burgoyne excels here live from Gloucester. So third championship point for Hill and Burgoyne. Net tape fortune this time for Stephen. Hill went poaching and came back empty-handed. Third, fourth championship point. Difficult to keep up. And that goes long, and there it is. Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne are your senior mixed doubles champions here in Gloucester. Claire Burgoyne retains her position at the top of the tree for the UK Franklin Tour standings. Nathan Hill forces his way into the top 5 after competition here in Gloucester for PickleB. Congratulations to them. I'll be catching up with them to find out exactly how they're feeling with success here at the Oxtalls Tennis Arena. So join us after this short break.
I'm here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here, live from Gloucester for the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour. I'm pleased to say that I'm joined by our gold medal winners, Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne at senior level here. And I guess the first job is for me to award the medals. So congratulations to you, Nathan. You're going to wear that or hold it? You're going to wear it? You're going to hold it? And congratulations to you as well, Claire. Incredibly well deserved. And Nathan, you made it look very comfortable.
I think it looks comfortable on the TV, but the bottom line is it isn't. But yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. I'm playing with one of the best senior women. So my job is really just to be really, really solid and attack when necessary. And Claire's been absolutely brilliant throughout again. So, yeah.
Claire, you were absolutely brilliant. And we remarked on commentary about your ability to reset over and over again and keep that ball in the kitchen in difficult positions, causing all sorts of trouble for your opponents.
Yeah, well, we knew against Mark in particular, who is a master of thinking and resetting, that we would have to be consistent. And we've been working on trying to move the ball around. So, yeah, it was just really a case of trying to really watch the ball, keeping the rallies. And I think our strategy paid off.
Yeah, it definitely paid off, that's for sure. And Nathan, I remember talking to you earlier on this morning, suggesting you might very well be stood back here with a medal around your neck. And how right I was.
Yeah, you were right, but there was a long way to go. There's a lot of opposition. Everybody's getting better. And, you know, in the knockout, in the group stage, 1 game to 11, anything can happen. You only have to concede a few points and you're right up against it. But yeah, just another really well-organised tournament and really enjoyed it.
And you're definitely the team to beat, Claire, because if we look at the UK Franklin Tour standings, you've cemented your place at the top. Nathan's forced his way into the top 5 with that victory. So you're going to have targets on your back at the next tournament.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. You heard it here first from Claire Burgoyne. Bring it on. Targets on their back. They're there to be shot down, but they won't go down without a fight. Congratulations to you both. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you once more. Great ambassadors for the sport and great players. We wish you all the very best at the next tournament.
Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you.
There we have it. And as Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne dip out, it's commiserations to Mark Johnson and Justine Stephen, who after an enthralling semi-final encounter on centre court, just come up narrowly short in the final. Mark, talk us through what made the difference in the final there.
They were just too good for us on the day. I think Claire played particularly well. Her forehand was just awesome today. We couldn't cope with it really, especially in the first game. Second game, we got to grips with it a little bit, but in the end, they were just too good for us.
Yeah, it seemed that way, but there were moments of brilliance, particularly from your deadly forehand, Justine. That must be a shot that you're working on. And what are the future plans for this partnership?
Well, hopefully Mark will still want to play with me next year. And I'm loving pickleball. I haven't been playing it for a very long time, but I'm loving competing and I'm loving the setup here as well. So I'll be keeping on.
And you're both from the same pickleball club there in, is it Torrefine?
Torvine.
Torvine in South Wales, so the standard must be increasing all the time if you've got mixed doubles partners like Justine to play with, Mark.
I'm so privileged to play with Justine. She's awesome. Her forehand is a true weapon in pickleball, a true weapon. So we just hope we can take advantage of that. But we have got more and more members coming on board, and the standard is going up every week, every month. People are getting better.
Yeah, which is great. And can we look forward to seeing you both in the English Open coming up in August?
Yeah, we've entered that, so we'll be there.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the very best of luck in that. Thank you for entertaining us today with some spectacular pickleball as usual, and we look forward to seeing more of you in future.
Thank you ever so much.
Thanks very much.
That was Justine Stephen and Mark Johnson joining us after securing silver medal in mixed doubles category at senior level here this morning in what was an enthralling competition, but ultimately Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne just too good for the rest of the field. I'm also pleased to report that our bronze medal winners were Stimpson and Varndale playing together in their first tournament. They'll be overjoyed with a bronze medal there, but all the plaudits go to Nathan Hill and Claire Burgoyne. Coming up next, we return to the centre court where Akery and Jones will be featuring back in our men's doubles 18 plus division at the highest level. So don't go anywhere, because after a short break, we'll be back with more top tier action here, live from Gloucester. That just catches the top.
Up at 5 a.m, crack of dawn, getting down to the courts for 6 with his partner Chanel Lowe.
Mixed second time in as many points. And Hill.
Offensive skills as well, so that takes the deficit now to just 1 point, Nick.
Yeah, that's really match point, Johnson and Stephen. And the net. Yeah, well played.
Yeah. And they can finish a bit stronger here, give themselves some confidence going in. Get back in this. Spurned.
Again, the Tim here to turn this final on its head.
Unable to get that one back, so they win the serve back and look to reduce this deficit. But
kitchen line, but the dink just goes wide, so it was a great poach. Great defensive from McCarthy here, and I don't mind the aggression. Fourth championship point, difficult to keep up. And that goes long, and there it is.
Is another thing entirely.
What a serve.
And they're really fast to take their opportunities.
Net take.
McCarthy and Greenstreet opening up a 3-point.
out of leave.
But he's just shutting the door, McCarthy. Blocks it there. Chris at the back, coming forward.
You can
out. A yell of frustration after that missed third.
Yeah. And we can see unwin. McCarthy, but it's more an unwinner of finishing like a train. And look
to make a little bit of a comeback.
En-Roads in their quest to get to 11.
Point deficit in this game.
Brings up match point and possibly a pickle in the first game of the...
We return to action here. It is
of your body when you're playing a shot in pickleball. Reevaluate his play.
That's a fantastic pass there from Mark Johnson. There's always a good option for that, Nick. So it's now or never, you feel, Nick. It's not over yet.
Now got a 1 point deficit to make back, and you're not going to do it like...
Very nice.
Yeah, O'Brien not go
into the transition zone. Just losing out, and we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin hitting it really nicely on the show court here.
It was Mark Johnson and Stephen at this stage of the game. Yeah, great drive by...
So here we go, Nick. Match point.
That just catches the top.
Up at 5 a.m, crack of dawn, getting down to the courts for 6 with his partner Chanel Lowe.
Mixed the second time in as many points. And Hill...
Offensive skills as well, so that takes the deficit now to just 1 point, Nick.
Yeah, that's really... Match point, Johnson and Stephen. And the net. Welcome back to Gloucester. We're just recovering after our senior mixed doubles final. No better way than getting underway here with Matthew Hazelhurst and Mikey Rapps taking on Rob Ackery and Oliver Jones. Ackery and Jones at the bottom of your screen, Hazelhurst and Rapps at the top. Acrylic and Jones, we saw on centre court earlier, will be looking to get another win on the board here. And that's just pushed long, so it is a good early start here for Acrylic and Jones. So Raps with ball in hand on the serve here. Tim, after watching the early exchanges here, you'll be pleased with your prediction so far of Acrylic and Jones going deep into this tournament.
Yes, Acrylic and Jones looking assured in the early stages. Very happy with that, boys. Keep it going. Obviously no favouritism here as commentators. Just wanting a good game of pickleball.
Yeah, I like the speed up there from Mikey Raps. Lots of disguise on that. Went back behind the Jones forehand.
A little bit of a no look in there, I thought, Nick. Maybe my eyes were deceiving me.
It's entirely possible, Tim, after watching some of your performances on court. Speaking of which, Tim, when can we expect to see you back on court?
I think I'm playing Cardiff next. I think I'm playing in Cardiff in a few weeks' time at the next PickleB event on the Franklin Tour. Can't recall exactly who I'm playing with. But you can have some fun ripping it into me, no doubt, if I'm on show court, Nick. Sure you'll enjoy that.
Always a pleasure watching Tim Spurway play. But back to this game, and Jones and Acrylic continue with their onslaught in relation to power and precision on that occasion, and they're definitely a partnership who work well together. They've got a strategy and they're sticking to it.
Yeah, I see your power and precision, and I raise you court coverage as well. Rob Acrylic absolutely flying around in that previous point, grabbing all of the balls, and that takes them to a very strong advantage in this change of ends. 6-1 lead.
Yeah, great lob from Jones, a casual lob from Jones, and it just gives me the impression that they're finding it very, very comfortable indeed.
Yeah, and a nice lob there from Ollie Jones, catching out Hazelhurst. And this is all going very quickly indeed.
Yeah, the partnership from South Wales possibly not travelled too far to be here. But if the momentum continues in the way it is doing, they'll quickly be travelling back to the south of the country, and that's not going to help either, because that is it. An impressive Jones and Acrylic get the job done in no time at all. And it is Hazelhurst and Raps who lose out in that particular encounter in our men's division. An impressive Acrylic and Jones. Coming up next on the centre court, we'll have Jake Matthews and Phil Nash taking on Scott Mayo and Lewis Oakey. But beforehand, I'm going to attempt to catch up with our bronze medal winners from this morning, Jeanette Van Dal and Stu Stimpson. So don't go anywhere, because after this short break, I'll be with Van Dal and Stimpson.
I'm here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here live in Gloucestershire. I'm pleased to say that, as promised, I'm joined by Stuart Stimpson and Jeanette Van Dal after securing a bronze medal in our senior mixed doubles competition at the first time of asking, the first time of playing together. So, Jeanette, you must be absolutely thrilled with that.
I think so. I was very nervous to start with, I have to be honest, and I had a lot of reassurance from Stu, and so we kind of warmed up after a few games and gained more confidence.
And it seems, Stuart, that this partnership works incredibly well together and has gelled together straight away.
Absolutely. I mean, Jeanette's a joy to play with. There's no dramas. We just have good fun, good chemistry, and I think it's important to have fun. More than anything, you know, winning a medal is fantastic, but having fun on the court is the winner, always.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And unfortunately, we missed out on your semi-final and your bronze medal match. But I'm hearing it was rather comfortable for the bronze medal for you.
Yeah, I mean, I brought my A game to the match, and I think my trickery won the day. I don't think they could read where I was going to play it. There was one point where I think I nearly broke his ankle because I put it behind him and he didn't realise I was going there, and he didn't like it. But you know, that's what I do, and you know, I'm just doing me, and I have good fun.
Yeah, the master of disguise, that's for sure. And Jeanette, what's up next for you? I hear you're in action later on as well.
Yes, I'm dipping to 18 plus ladies doubles. I haven't met the partner, so this is double whammy for me today. I'll just have to play the best, and hopefully we'll gel very quickly on court. Haven't met her, haven't seen her, haven't hit any shots. it was kind of last minute decision and step in. So yes, I will need energy. I've got 1 hour left to prepare.
Well, it seems like you can gel with almost anybody after working so well with Stuart this morning. So congratulations both on your first medal together. First of many, I'm sure.
Hopefully, thank you. And I'd like to shout out Gearbox Pickleball for the win. Thank you, guys.
Shameless sponsor there from Stuart Stimpson. Congratulations to the partnership of Stimpson and Vardal in achieving their bronze medal. We'll be back here in Gloucestershire with more action getting underway shortly as Phil Nash and Jake Matthews take on the favourites for the men's doubles competition this afternoon, Scott Mayo and Lewis Oakey. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back after this short break.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
Good afternoon and welcome back, Pickleball fans, to the UK Franklin Pickleball Tour here for PickleB at pickleb.co.uk in association with Skechers and Obspot. I'm Nick Hobbish, joined in the comms box by Tim Spurway, and the men's division continues to engage and enthrall spectators both here in the arena and at home, because coming up next we've got Jake Matthews and Phil Nash, who are on the right hand side of your screen. Phil Nash at the top of your court wearing the cap, Jake Matthews at the bottom of your screen on the right hand side, also wearing a cap actually. And on the left hand side of your screen we've got Lewis Oakey in the pink, partnering up with Scott Mayo. And it has to be said, Tim, that Oakey and Mayo are surely favourites for this competition today.
Yeah, I would say strong pre-tournament favourites, strong players, incredibly strong players, used to medaling. So they've come away so far in their group with 3 wins out of 3. They've beaten my pick, Nick, of Rob Akery and Ollie Jones in the group. So, yeah, this is our first look at the pre-tournament favourites. And it will be a good experience for Jake Matthews and Phil Nash. They've done well so far in this competition. They've come into this match with 1 win and 2 fairly tight losses. So they'll be wanting to put on a good performance against our favourites here. Should be a good match.
Yeah, Phil Nash of London and Lambeth Pickleball Club. Jake Matthews of David Lloyd Southampton, up against Oakey and Mayo. So Oakey and Mayo at the bottom of your screen, Matthews and Nash at the top of your screen. It's going to be Matthews to serve.
They can play without pressure, Nick, Nash and Matthews. They can let a few go. And a good start straight away. And you can see and hear, I don't know if you can hear that at home, Nick, but support clearly going for the underdogs early on.
And that ball's called in as well. What a great drive there from Jake Matthews. And probably should just remark here for people watching at home that all 4 of these players are involved in the setup in one way or another with PickleB. Very much working behind the scenes in a variety of different guises. So on the second birthday of PickleB, it's a PickleB matchup here. A feast for everybody. ATP from Scott Mayo. It's showtime here live from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre in Gloucester. Scott Mayo pounces on the overdink from Nash. Just bides his time, then pinches it back into the court, as you can see on the ultra slow-mo provided by our technical director. Great action here at the start of this encounter. Lewis Oakey falls foul of the kitchen line, and for experienced players like Oakey, you wonder what the levels of concentration are like at times. Jake Matthews have already pierced 1 volley between Mayo and Oakey. This time sends his drive long.
Happens to the best of us by the looks of things, Nick. And it's very easy for us as commentators, not scheduled to play this weekend, to say people are getting all confused about it. It's obviously causing an issue.
Well, Oki's just remarked there on court that he preferred the line when it was white as opposed to red. So, interesting.
Yeah. There's no perfect solution, it seems. Yeah.
Ernie from Scott Mayo, who's bringing out all of the entertaining shots here in the early exchanges. Jumps over the kitchen line. Reads the dink from Matthews. And pushes the volley down.
That's a shame there from Matthews, because it was a nice backhand speed up, created the opportunity, created the pop up, but just left it and that one dropped in.
Change of direction from Oki, opens up his shoulders, is able to punch that volley back behind Phil Nash. Impressive from Oki.
Yeah, that lovely backhand roll when he's dinking. A lot of topspin on that shot.
Yeah, impressive stuff here from Scott Mayo and Lewis Oki, who after losing the first 2 points have gone on a 6-point run. Both these players, Tim Spurway, will be hopeful of being included in the Premier Pickleball League next season. That draft gets underway next week, with the Premier draft happening on Monday, Challenger later on in the week. Both players will have aspirations at featuring at one level or another.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they both go in on some capacity. Both playing a lot of pickleball and performing at a very high level at a lot of these tournaments, so they've put themselves in the running.
And whilst it's very comfortable for Mayo and Oki, they're the ones with the experience and the back pedigree. Phil Nash and Jake Matthews are just demonstrating the level of progress that they've made, especially in the past 6 months here. Just a reminder to viewers at home that these levels are combined this afternoon, so Mayo and Oki very successful in the 4.5 plus, even 5.0 category at times. And Nash and Matthews definitely been performing at 4.0 level, but being restricted to 4.0 level. So having the opportunity to play Oki and Mayo is definite step up, and they're competing, which they'll be pleased about.
Yeah. These rallies aren't one shot, misses. They're working their way into these points, and they're making Mayo and Oki win them.
It's very rare you see a celebration like that off a net tape, but Phil Nash is loving his time on the show court here. Great drive again from Matthews, and that left-hand forehand is a weapon.
It is, yeah, and you can see Phil Nash. They've obviously talked about a shake and bake, because Phil Nash is running in, almost flying up to the kitchen line when Jake Matthews is preparing that forehand. So that's obviously something that's successful for them. Shake and bake, for those that don't know at home, is when on the third shot of a rally, your partner or one of you hits a strong drive and then anticipates a pop-up. So your partner follows through for hopefully what is an easy put away.
Nash continues to show exuberance here like a puppy, and he's standing at the wrong kitchen zone. There we go. Like a newborn puppy here, Phil Nash on centre court. Little cocker spaniel.
Yeah, absolutely full of energy.
There he is, the man himself. Look at that preparation. Footwork. And drive into the net. There you go. Phil Nash, who gives us a little wave before getting himself out the non-volley zone once more.
Apologises to us. He should probably be apologising to his partner.
Nice backhand roll from Matthews. Yeah, great defence by Jake Matthews. Speed up from Mayo. So opportunity here again for Nash and Matthews. And is Nash just beginning to tire? Once more, the forehand from Matthews just causing Mayo a little bit of trouble, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, that was nice. Just a couple of inches over the net, dipping down. Was enough to put Scott Mayo off and put that volley into the net. And this could get interesting, but Mayo has been really hitting that cross-court dink nicely, and that also reaps its rewards on that point. Really good precision in that dink.
Phil Nash with the backhand punch volley. He's absolutely over the moon with that shot. Scott Mayo goes cross court. But it's Nash who manages to put the volley away.
I think he'll be pleased because he might have one on the highlight reel with that shot. Really nice play, nice anticipation from Phil Nash.
But here we are, it's game point for Oki and Mayo. And there it is, Scott Mayo and Lewis Oki get the job done, remain on course for the knockout stages. Great moments in there for both Matthews and Nash. Matthews' forehand spectacular. Nash's backhand volley spectacular. But all the plaudits go to Lewis Oki and Scott Mayo as they march on in our men's 18 plus 4-0 and above division. We'll be back with more action here live from Gloucester after this short break.
And they're making Mayo and Oki win them.
Some here to turn this final on its head.
Lovely backhand roll when he's dinking. A lot of topspin on that shot. Him. But McCarthy and Greenstreet opening up a 3-point.
Reevaluate his play.
That's a fantastic pass there from Mark Johnson.
Match point, Johnson and Stephen. And the net.
Blocks it there. Chris at the back, coming forward.
You can. And we can see
Winning out. A yell of frustration after that missed third. And so it's now or never, you feel, Nick.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And always is always a good option for that, Nick.
So second time in as many points. And Hill.
So here we go, Nick. Match point.
Oh!
And they're making Mayo and Oki win them.
McCarr
up at 5 a.m, crack of dawn, getting down to the courts for 6 with his partner Chanel Lowe.
Mixed with Mark Johnson and Stephen at this stage of the game.
Offensive skills as well, so that takes the deficit now to just 1 point, Nick.
Yeah, well played. Go of leave.
McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, With proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Oxstores Tennis Centre here live from Gloucester. Thank you for joining us wherever you're watching from here, whether it's in the UK or elsewhere in the world. I'm Nick Hobbis, joined in the comms booth by Tim Spurway, and we're getting ready for another game in our men's doubles 4-0 and above open age category, featuring the partnership of James Hemming and Joe Roberts at the top of your court. That was Roberts just punching that backhand volley there, taking on Matthew Hazelhurst, who's just returning serve now, and Mikey Rapps, the South Walian team, wearing all blue. Mikey Rapps with ball in hand, getting ready to serve. Roberts returns. And that's a nice punch volley from Matthew Hazelhurst, playing with a Franklin carbon paddle. That's a body shot, body bag by Rapps on Joe Roberts. She'll have a ball mark in the morning. Franklin X40 comes sharp.
So both of these teams have found it a little bit tough going in the competition so far. Rapps and Hazelhurst going 0 out of 4. And Hemming and Roberts with a lone win. That is a fantastic put away there from Hazelhurst, and he's already in this game cracked a couple of brilliant shots. But they'll be wanting, certainly, Nick, on this show court to get this win. Kitchen. And it's the old kitchen curse again, Nick. Rapps just trailing in, hitting a few volleys in that kitchen. Hopefully it's a case of do it once and learn.
Yeah, I think the problem with the non-kitchen line being red now, Tim, is that the outside courts are marked in red. So players who've been playing on the outside courts come onto the show court thinking red lines, and all of a sudden the red line is a no-go line here on the centre court. So these are some of the challenges we face here in the UK when we transform tennis centres into pickleball centres.
Yeah, it's a good observation, that, Nick. And it feels like there isn't a perfect solution beyond just being really, really wary.
Well, rest assured that these players deal with far worse court markings than what they're dealing with this weekend when they're back at their respective clubs up and down the country, playing in multi-use sports halls on a variety of different floor setups. So I've only really got one colour to focus on here on centre court, and that's yellow, where when players are playing in leisure centres and so on and so forth around the country, they're focused on volleyball lines, netball lines, football lines, basketball lines of all sorts of colours. And it surprises me that one or two players have just not adapted today. It's not been a problem on the tour so far, but seemingly today, one or two players just struggling.
So I think that this is going to be quite a close one. Got two teams that are fairly evenly matched and going blow for blow in the early stages of this encounter. That's a miss serve from Raps. Just catches the line. Nice move there from Hemming. Gives him a 1 point advantage. And Hazelhurst there just trying to be perhaps a little bit too cute. Saw this open space. Just catching the top of the net there. And we have Hemming and Roberts with a 2 point advantage. Letting that one go. I think some miscommunication. Not sure who was going to take that ball down the middle. In classic pickleball style, nobody did.
A quick opportunity to thank those players and watchers on the live chat who have been commenting on our coverage here today. David Allen, been online. David Skeets, Ranger, who is a danger, whose name escapes me. I do know that name, Tim Spurway, but name escapes me. Thanks for the feedback to you. Lynn Watts, who wants to see some of the Oxen players here today. Fortunately, Lynn, I don't do the scheduling, but big shout out to both Lynn and Oxen players of pickleball there. Team Markland Hill also getting a shout out from Nisha. on the live chat. So thanks for engaging with us. Rejoin the action here. We've changed ends, which means someone's on 6, Tim.
Someone is on 6, Nick. And we'll just find out who that is. There it is, Hazelhurst and Rats that took the 6-5 lead into the change of ends. But levelled up now at 6-all, and as we predicted here, really nothing to choose between these two pairs.
Yeah, it's very much back and forth with neither team able to establish a command here, which tells me that the strategies are pretty much aligned with each other and cancelling each other out. So we'll wait to see if either team can unlock the right tactic here. Yeah, there's feet in the kitchen there from Roberts, and that's just finding him out. And that's got nothing to do with multicoloured lines, Tim. That's just poor court positioning.
Yeah, I think that was just straying into the kitchen. He wasn't that close to the red line in that instance. But Scott Mayo on the ball there, calling that one out.
If you are watching, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Always welcome feedback as well. And even choose to follow me on my Instagram handle if you wish. Nick_Hobbis or Nick Hobbis Broadcasting. Drop me a line.
A 2-point lead now for Hemming and Roberts. They've worked very, very hard for this. And we have an out call on the far line, nearest to your screens here. It was called out. So a 3-point lead now.
Yeah, and that's not coming back from Hazelhurst. As we saw earlier on, Hazelhurst very accomplished in the overhead smash. Great deep return. Communication. That ball just goes long from Hazelhurst. Interesting the level of communication between Hemming and Roberts off the return there, Tim.
Yeah, they're calling to each other loudly and clearly. It's in this game, Nick, most success has come from the power side. So though that team that's able to get that first power shot in play and cause their opponents problems, we've seen the biggest rewards from those players.
Well, the biggest reward might just be the match now because it's game point, but that first one is wasted. Second opportunity here to seal the deal and get over the line. Match point, Roberts and Hemmings. There are one or two of those balls going long, but ever the entertainers. Raps and Hazelhurst keeping the ball in play. Save 2 match points.
And I think both teams there were so focused in on the fact that that was a match point. And when you're so focused in like that, Nick, it's so hard, it's so much harder to leave a ball that is going out and hold yourself back from hitting it.
Yeah, 2-point gap now, Tim. Communication with partners allowed, Tim, but I'm not too sure about the expressive nature of that. And with the referee, I think their opponents will be quite entitled to consider a hindrance ask there. Oh, second opportunity here to close the gap and make it 10-10 and bring up match point. And that's exactly what they do. Hazelhurst and Raps have turned this around. There was 7-10 down. It's 10-10. Win by 1. Match point. They saved 2 match points. They've got their own. Wow. The opportunity was there. So after saving 2 match points, having a match point of their own, they must now defend a 3rd match point for Hemming and Roberts. And they don't. All of that hard work goes to waste. It is Hemming and Roberts who get over the line in what was a competitive encounter. Swung back and forth at the end. Hemming and Roberts get their 2nd win of the day. Hazelhurst and Raps still without victory in our men's doubles. Back on court next, we take another look at Scott Mayo with Lewis Oakey. They'll be taking on Ian Marshall and Trevor Robinson. That's set to be a classic, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Looks it there. Chris at the back, coming forward.
You can.
Is another thing entirely.
What a race was Mark Johnson and Stephen at this stage of the game. Yeah, well played.
And they're making Mayo and Oakey win them. Very nice. It's not over yet.
Some here to turn this final on its head. One or two of those balls. Out of believe, but it's more a non-winner of finishing like a train. And look,
and what to get back in this, spurned again. They've just losing out, and we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin.
Yeah, great drive by.
And so it's now or never, you feel, Nick.
Welcome back to Gloucester here, and I'm pleased to say I'm joined by one of PickleB's finest, Maisie Wise. Maisie's responsible for the tour statistics and calculations for the ranking events. Maisie, just talk to us about how that works and how do players ascertain points and how difficult that job is.
So everybody gets 100 points just for entering an event. And then if you come first, you get an additional 1,000 points. If you come second, 900. third 700 and fourth 500. If you're not in the top 4, you don't get any extra points, but you've still got the 100 for entering the event. So at the end of the day, obviously the sheets that you fill in during the event, I take all those home. I go home, put them into my big master spreadsheet, and then that all gets put onto Google Looker Studio, where everybody can see how many points they've got in total across the Franklin Tour.
And if players or spectators want to see how they're doing in relation to those league standings, how can they find up-to-date information?
So I think the link is on the PickleB website. I think it's at the bottom of the page. If you scroll down, it says the Franklin Tour stats. So you open that, and then you filter by your age group and your skill category that you've been entering, and your scores should pop up. I'm hoping to add a feature so you can search your name, but I've not quite figured out how to do that yet.
Sounds like an enormous job, Maisie, because as I was checking out the stats earlier, in mixed doubles alone, there's been over 500 players. Must be quite time consuming.
Yeah, it's certainly, I mean, when you get an event like this where you have a lot of new players, obviously it's fantastic, lots of new players, but it does make my job harder. It takes me usually a few hours. So that's normally, I get home on the Monday, I start it Monday evening and then do it in the evenings after work. And so I'm usually done by the Wednesday if I'm feeling efficient.
Well, all of us totally indebted to you, Maisie. And you're playing later on today. Your usual partner not available, so I believe you're teaming up with Nia Rogers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. It would be the first time we played together, but I'm very much looking forward to it. It'll be really nice, I think.
Fantastic. And what lies ahead for Maisie-wise, playing-wise?
Well, I've got the Revolution Cup in a couple of weeks' time down in Rota in Spain. I've got my name in for the PPL draft, so fingers crossed for that. We'll wait and see there. And then aside from that, as many of the rest of the Franklin Tour as I possibly can, and all Steve Beale tournaments, because they're fantastic. English Open, Nationals, things along those lines. And then, yeah, tomorrow I'm playing with Scott Mayo, as per usual, for the mixed doubles, so that should be fun.
Absolutely fantastic. And Maisie, once again, we're completely indebted to you for volunteering, giving up your time, one of the top female players here in the UK. But very much as we remarked earlier with Trevor Robinson, pickleball in the UK just does not happen without volunteers like Maisie Wise. So, Maisie, on behalf of all the pickleball players here in the UK, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Steve, for organising. It's so lovely to be involved.
The wonderful Maisie Wise here joining me for a quick word before the action gets back underway, where Scott Mayo and Lewis Oakey are on court warming up. They'll be taking on Ian Marshall and Trevor Robinson. As I look on the outer courts, they're just finishing one of their group games. So we're going to switch to a quick break, and then we'll be back with all of the action here live from Gloucester in a few short moments. Don't go anywhere. 10-10 and bring up match point, and that's exactly what they do. Some here turn this final on its head. Brings up match point and possibly a pickle in the first game of the
point deficit in this game.
Fourth championship point, difficult to keep up. And that goes long, and there it is.
Oh, unable to get that one back. So they win the serve back, look to reduce this deficit. But
net take.
Locks it there. Chris at the back, coming forward.
You can.
Up at 5 a.m, crack of dawn, getting down to the courts for 6 with his partner Chanel Lowe.
Mix of your body when you're playing a shot in pickleball.
Is another thing entirely. What a lovely backhand roll when he's dinking. A lot of topspin on that shot. Serve and then really fast, just losing out. And we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin.
It was Mark Johnson and Stephen at this stage of the game. En-Roads in their quest to get to 11. And way up. And 80.
Out a yell of frustration after that missed third.
Yeah. And we can see Unwin
to get back in this. Spurned.
Again, the match point, Johnson and Stephen. And the net.
Into the net. And this could get interesting. And Roberts with a 2-point advantage. Letting that one get... Kitchen. Into the transition zone. And a good start straight away, and you can see
Go Oblieve
to take their opportunities. A pop-up, so your partner follows through for hopefully what is an easy put away.
Yeah, great drive by yeah, that's really nice.
Return to action here. It is McCarthy, and they're making Mayo and Oki win them.
Loving his time on the show court. Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre here in Gloucester, where got Mayo and Lewis Oki are gearing up to take on Trevor Robinson and Ian Marshall. It'll be Oki and Mayo at the bottom of your screen. Robinson with ball in hand and Marshall at the top of your screen. And Mayo and Oki very much the pair to beat here today. So far, with a 100% record, it's Robinson and Marshall who've just recorded an important victory against Matthews and Nash. Mayo calling a foot fault there on Marshall, which is a rarity in terms of the opponents calling the foot fault, but that's accepted by Marshall and Robinson.
Because he was calling foot faults a minute ago. He's got some confidence to call them in this game. Has Scott Mayo.
That's a nice punch volley by Oki. Just pierces the partnership of Robinson and Marshall. Some a 2-0 lead possibly. Once again, that's just popped up by Marshall, and Oki will take advantage of that. And for all of Mayo's effervescence and joviality, he seems like a man on a mission here today, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, he does look really, really focused, and he can shift when he's on court from very, very focused to very, very jovial in the blink of an eye. But he's looking incredibly focused at the minute.
There's that forehand top spin that Tim Spurway referenced early on this morning with Ian Marshall. Gets that paddle way below the height of the ball and rifles it up diagonally, pushing through the ball. Generates a lot of top spin. But this time it's Oki with top spin of his own on the left hand. Forehand that punishes Marshall.
I actually played Ian Marshall at the English Open last year with his partner Sam Pearce at the time in the semi-final, I think, of the 3.5. And it was one of the most difficult games I've ever played against because of Marshall's forehand and that whip that he puts on it. And you kind of knew it was coming, but you couldn't react quickly enough to it.
You could have probably kept it on his backhand side, Tim.
We tried. We really tried. Oh, if only we had you there, Nick, on the sidelines. Bit too late now, unfortunately.
There we go. Well, I'm sure his backhand is just as effective.
They did win that one, actually. Came away pretty disappointed, but there you go.
And there we see an example of the Marshall backhand just slicing that ball into the kitchen, and Oki not able to rescue it. So, and this time it's Trevor Robinson who opens up the shoulders on the forehand side. So power and finesse coming from the side of Marshall and Robinson, who are making this a competitive affair. What a rescue from Robinson. Just got caught on the toes the second time, though.
Yeah, a lot of success from the power play. I think that is a good strategy when you're playing against players that probably are more accomplished at the net. Try and catch them out with some power shots, particularly when you've got forehands like Marshall and Robinson.
Midway through this game, Tim, I do want to take the opportunity just to reference that interview with Trevor Robinson that we conducted earlier on this morning. Just unbelievable the amount of work that Trevor does. But he's one man of a band of volunteers who make those Pickleball England events such a success, and will be under a lot of pressure in Telford at the English Open. Karen Mitchell and Chris Mitchell. Just unbelievable amount of work they do behind the scenes, which I saw firsthand at the English Nationals singles, along with Frank Carrico and Pep Juliana. And all five of those people, along with numerous other volunteers, just remarkable. And then having the opportunity to talk to Maisie Wise, who's putting a lot of work here for PickleB with the stats tour and rankings, again as a volunteer. And sometimes it's easy to look behind the people that we don't see on screen all the time, or we don't see on court all the time, and forget the amount of work that volunteers do to put top quality events on here in the UK.
Yeah, well said, Nick. It is a lot of work. But that work really pays off because the English Open, as we know, is such a fantastic event and now more popular than ever. 1,700 people signing up within the first 2 days of it going live. Pickleball is alive and well in the UK, and we're all the better for it.
And it's thanks to events like this, Tim Spurway, that have grown pickleball around the UK. Constant opportunities for competitive play at all brackets, all divisions, all ages, all abilities here. ATP from Lewis Oakey, defended by Marshall and then attacked by Marshall as well. Oakey was waiting for the showtime, but Marshall had other ideas.
Yeah, really good defense from Marshall, and then the put away with his inimitable forehand. A forehand that's given me nightmares, Nick, over the last year or so. We'll see if it be giving Oakey and Mayo the same nightmares.
Yeah, clearly you've not recovered from that experience, Tim Spurway. I can possibly recommend a little bit of therapy if required, a little bit of counselling.
Yeah, how much do you charge, Nick? If I could get a few sessions, that would be great.
Well, the first piece of advice is to play to his backhand, as mentioned earlier. The second piece of advice is to let it go, man, let it go.
I think we've all got those games that affect us and we remember only too well.
Hot dog alert!
Mayo.
Hot dog alert from Mayo! And Ernie Scott Mayo with the hot dog and the Ernie in one rally. Dances all the way down to the comms booth. Celebrates with absolute joy. A hot dog and an Ernie in one exchange. It's showtime here, live from Gloucester.
That's brilliant play from Mayo. And brilliant play all around. It was a cracking point to watch.
Lewis Oakey, when he's dinking, has that great disguise. It's minimal paddle movement, minimal wrist movement. And just able to put that ball wherever he wants. It's like it's on a shoestring for Oakey when it's in the kitchen zone. Nice speed up from Marshall. But again, foot fault's called here. And that brings up match point, we think here, Tim, at 10-4 possibly.
I believe so.
Great rescue from Marshall, though. Just denies Oakey and Mayo getting over the line at that attempt. Yeah, such good control from Oakey. And Oakey and Mayo just performing when it matters most here.
Yeah, we've seen some really good moments from Marshall and Robinson in this game, Nick, but it's the consistency of Mayo and Oakey and their ability to perform at this high level in so, well, across the whole game. And there we go. We have the match won there. Mayo and Oakey, a really solid performance from them. That's a full house for them. 5 wins, I believe, Nick, in their group. So they'll be no doubt qualifying for the semi-final.
Yeah, impressive from Oakey and Mayo. Commiserations to Robinson and Marshall. They'll continue on with a smile on their face, I'm sure, but it is Mayo and Oki who are dominating the men's draw here this afternoon. Coming up next on centre court, we'll be getting underway in our female division. We'll be back after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester, where seemingly we responded to supporters on the stream who wanted a little bit of outer court variety here. We've got the seniors 3.5 plus mixed doubles final, featuring Sarah Redding and Rab McEwen, who are the team in black at the top of your screen, taking on Tony Coe and Sally McLeod, the team in purple from the Cotswolds, representing Cotswolds Picklers. It's a final, so it's the best of 3 games, first to 2. Mr. Dominic 152 enjoying the hot dog from Scott Mayo in the last game there on centre court. We'll be back with semi-final action from our men's division right after this. But a rare opportunity, Tim Spurway, for our 3.5 senior players to get a look at show courts.
Yes, indeed it is, Nick. And it will be interesting to see how they react to it. Probably all 4. It will be their first time in front of the cameras at a PickleB event. But they'll have been well and truly warmed up by now, plying their trade on the outside courts and getting through some tough encounters there in a big 3.5 field.
Yeah, nice put away there by Rab McEwen. Not for the first time today, aiming his volley at Tony Coe. Redding just putting that volley into the net, but got a big smile on her face. Hopefully enjoying the opportunity here on the show court and in the final, of course. Lynn Watts is a big supporter of this game being on the show court. Thanks for interacting with us, Lynn. As ever, PickleB happy to celebrate and advertise pickleball at all levels across all ages of the game, and this is a great example of that, and Tim and I will do our best to do it justice as well. So it is Coe and McLeod who've got off to a good start here. That ball's just hit wide, though, I believe, by McEwen. Definitely looked wide. Haven't heard an out call. No. It looked a foot wide from where I'm sat here, Tim Spurway.
Well, not called wide on this occasion, Nick, and it's the opportunity back to Redding and McEwen.
Nice speed up there from Tony Coe.
And there we go, Nick. We were wondering when it was going to happen. It's a kitchen fault from Tony Coe there. Just stood in that kitchen, mistaking that red line for the kitchen line. Hopefully we won't see that again. Oh, and that lob just going out of the reach of McEwen. And then his follow-up just tagging his partner as well. That evens things up in this final. Excuse me. It gives Poe and McLeod a 4-2 lead.
Swing and a miss. Strike one. Tony Coe.
It's our 50 plus categories, more or less.
Great rescue from McLeod. Tim, sorry to interrupt. These are not 3.5 players if they're conducting rallies like that, Tim Spurway. Unbelievable action for the level here. 4 5s in disguise on centre court.
Sandbaggers, sandbaggers, sandbaggers. Great point of the match so far. Hopefully we'll get a few more of those in this final. Scrambling around. So, discussion about the score. And eventually agreed on 2-5-1. Poe and McLeod with the early advantage in this final.
Nice speed up there from Reading. Reading?
Let's go with Reading. Let's go with Reading. And we can face her wrath after if it's wrong, Nick.
Either way, she's wearing the footwear of choice for pickleball players here. Getchers Pickleball. That volley just goes all wrong. So it is Coe and McLeod who continue to be on top here. And they're changing ends, Tim. They don't need to change ends, but they're changing ends. This is a final, so you'd expect that they'd change ends at the end of each game. But if they want to change ends, they can change ends.
Yeah, very much down to the players to agree that. Normally, as you say, Nick, in a final, you would change ends at the end of each game and at 6 if it goes to a third game. But having played all of their matches just a single game, perhaps not necessarily used to being in a final, might not necessarily know that they didn't have to change.
Oh, what a shot from Sarah Redding, and once again displaying the capabilities of a player more akin to 4.5 than 3.5. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Redding and McEwen didn't settle into this final, Tim Spurway, and make a little bit of a run now. That ball catches the baseline though. Toby Coe with a slight awkward style, but effective nevertheless.
Yeah, and it's been very effective in the early stages of this final. But as you say, Nick, Reading and McEwen do look like they're waiting to make a run. And it's whether the level of Coe and McLeod feel if it drops off ever so slightly. They could do that, but they're maintaining this level. And pinning them back now to a 4-point advantage.
Scott Mayo, eagle-eyed at the kitchen line, just calls a non-volley zone fault there. But the players have taken absolutely no notice whatsoever. Never mind. The 3.5s very much enjoying their time on show court here and very much doing as they please. Change ends when they want, decide on volley, non-volley line calls when they want.
Rules are there to be broken, Nick.
The rule breakers are in tone. Oh! Gee whiz. Expressive power. I think it goes long.
Yeah, I think it did go long.
Fab McEwen just asking someone to be quiet in the crowd.
Brilliant reaction there, though, from McEwen, covering the court when his partner was dragged off the court and steering that volley away. And you feel at 3-9, it's a big hill to climb, but it's not insurmountable if they can get on a run. And they're just having a chat now, Reading and McEwen. It wouldn't surprise me, Nick, if it was a tactical chat.
I think they're talking about any more rules they can break, Tim.
We'll see if we can listen in. Maybe they're just talking about the score. 3-9-2. They won't want to hear that too often.
Oh, I thought we were going to get an ATP for a second, Tim. I thought we were going to get an ATP at 3.5, 50 plus level. It would have made my day.
Unfortunately, we're still waiting, but there's plenty of this match to go left. We'll see if they can make your dreams come true, Nick.
Well, it's thoroughly entertaining whether they're making my dreams come true or not. The entertainment in this game is phenomenal.
So, 9-4-1. Battling hard. Reading and McEwen. Making Coe and McLeod win this first game. And not just losing it. Yeah, lovely put away there. And a really well-worked point there, Nick.
Yeah, it's a great speed up from Reading in the end there. Just spots the gap in between. And the Cotswold Picklers have decided they don't want a third serve. on that particular side out. So, and again, the speed up from Reading when she's established at that kitchen line, highly effective, Sarah Reading. And all of a sudden, what was a 6-point gap is a 3-point gap.
Yeah, and we did say, Nick, that it's just got a rush of blood to the head there from McEwen.
A rush of blood to the head, but Rab McEwen, not for the first time, he's headhunting out here, Tim Spurway. He's a headhunter. Tony Coe apologises with a wry smile on his face and his tongue slightly lopping out of his mouth.
We are at game point, and it will be a second game point. So despite a spirited comeback from Reading and McEwen, that one does go long, so they will get another opportunity in this first game. And we'll see if Reading and McEwen can continue their mini fight back.
And continue they do. If you're just joining us, do not adjust your set. This is the 3.5 senior mixed doubles final. And at times it's been more akin to a 4.5, but McEwen and Reading are staging a comeback. They saved 2 set points here and are only 2 points away from levelling the first game up.
Heating up, but a good call there from Coe. Pulling that ball out. There will be a second opportunity, but it's getting tight. It's getting edgy.
Oh! Tony Coe shows Rab McEwen the way to go. Just darts that ball straight back behind McEwen. Impressive from Toby Coe. Great athleticism. But there it is. There's the first game, and well deserved as well. Tony Coe and Sally McLeod get over the line, win the first game. An impressive end to the first game.
Yeah, we had some good play in there, Nick, particularly towards the end. Things got a little bit tight, got a little bit edgy. But Coe finding those extra stores when he needed to, flicking that backhand at a critical point down the line, and they'll be happy to get that first game out of the way after holding what was a pretty commanding lead, having it slowly chipped away.
Here we can see the replay from that shot. Great athleticism, great pickup. Coe was looking the other way. McEwen didn't see it coming. Impressive stuff from Tony Coe. Something tells me, though, Tim, that Reading and McEwen, if they can find a little bit of consistency, can make this final ultra competitive and maybe take us to a third game.
Yeah, we saw signs towards the end of that first game, Nick, that they were working their way back into it, playing some really good assured stuff, but just mixing that in with a couple of errors. So if they can cut out those errors, it really wouldn't surprise me if this one does go to a third.
We can see at the side of the screen there's a lot of Cotswold picklers in Gloucestershire this afternoon. Just a short trip across. We're just waiting for Poe, McLeod, Redding and McEwen to get going for this second game. Just going to decide whose serve it is. So, Redding and McEwen to serve. Poe and McLeod to receive. Remember, Redding and McEwen must win this game if they're to stay in the final. That's a great start by McLeod. Of course, if McLeod and co take this second game, then they're our gold medalists. And whilst Co and McLeod are perhaps not playing anything particular exuberant, they're keeping the ball in play and just drawing the errors from Redding and McEwen, Tim.
Yeah, that has been the story of this final so far. Just that extra bit of consistency from Coe and McLeod. Won them that first game, and we saw glimpses of a really high level of play from Redding and McEwen, but unable to sustain it. And another missed backhand there down the line from Redding. They will be desperate to tighten things up in the early stages of this second game. Really nice drop there from McLeod. And promising signs again, Nick, in this second game. A couple of points to start things off. So now, Redding and McEwen, ball in hand. Let's see what they can do. Can they get this second game going? Not yet. We do have another opportunity.
Again, Tim, I just feel that what we're watching unfold before our very eyes here is a great advert for the sport of pickleball.
It's great to have players from all levels and age groups have the opportunity to get on the show court and show off their skills. Doesn't happen in too many sports. And as we know, pickleball played by all ages and all levels.
Just really highlighting the inclusivity of pickleball, the pickleball community and organisers of events such as PickleB.
So, first point on the board for Reading and McEwen in this second game. But it's interspersed, Nick, with these third shot errors and now service errors as well. And you feel like they're probably not performing at the standard that they would hope to currently in this final.
Yeah, that's nice from Co. Just pushes that ball to an irretrievable position.
Thank you for another person here. I was in my own room.
And they're building up now. Quite an advantage. 4-point advantage in this second game as well. And this final is slipping away from Reading and McEwen. And you feel like they need to make their move quickly.
Oh, unwinds on the big volley. Just pushes it into the middle of the net.
That's a couple of points on the board now for Reading and McEwen, reducing the deficit to 3. So there is life in this final.
Yeah, must win here for Reading and McEwen. McLeod and Co remain on course for a gold medal. Lob. It was going out, Co. It was going out. It's McEwen that takes advantage. Great work from Reading on the lob rescue. So, 4-5 here. Must win for McEwen and Reading. Men's semi-final coming up next in our open age division. Don't go anywhere, because that is going to be fierce. That's going to be ferocious. And it's going to be on as soon as this one finishes.
Great
nice
finish
once
there.
more, Tim. It's nice once more, isn't it? From the one and only Tony Co.
Yeah, speaking of ferocious, Nick, he has been ferociously putting those shots away, has Tony Co.
Just those unforced errors. That's the difference. And oh, look what's happening here, Tim. It's a change of ends.
I suppose when you do it in the first game, it's only fair that you do it in the second game as well. Give both teams an equal amount of time on both sides. This goes to a third game. Maybe they'll both be switching at 3 points.
Scott Mayo just positioned on the kitchen line over there, contemplating his men's semi-final. We're all looking forward to that one. If you're joining us on the live stream, don't go anywhere because men's semi-final action coming up next. Oh, that was nice by McEwen. Coe not expecting that one to go in, I don't think, Tim.
Yeah, he said nice top spin. So clearly felt that ball was dipping, and we've got an ace as well, Nick, which you don't often see in pickleball. Catching that line.
Yeah, that's 2 balls Coe's just let go past him in the last 30 seconds. I wonder if he's tiring a little bit in this final format, Tim. Physicality can play a part after a long morning of competitive action, then a format in the final which is a change compared to the group stages.
Yeah, and a quick run of points here from Redding and McEwen gives them the advantage in this second game. And Nick, we might be heading to a third here.
Yeah, Redding and McEwen, you'd have to say, deserve it.
Scott Mayo calling out foot fault. I think he needs to increase the volume that he says those foot faults. But rightly catching out Coe there, just straight into the kitchen.
Coe once again shown he's able to pick up balls from positions that seem insurmountable, but not for the likes of Tony Coe.
So a chance here at a great steered backhand volley there from McEwen. Shuts the door.
Yeah, nicely placed into the kitchen zone, and Redding just overdoing the cross court. So this crucial second game, it's 9-8-1. Make that 10-8-1, and Redding and McEwen can win the all-important second game and take us to a third.
That one
It just
just
goes
sail
long. Yeah, it just goes long. So, second game point here. Second opportunity to take us into a third and final game. But that goes wide as well. So, opportunity knocks. For Coe and McLeod here, 2-point gap. They could take the gold medal home with a little run.
Just 3 points needed.
Mid-court transition zone volley goes into the nets. That's one of the points required for gold. 2 more points for gold for Coe and McLeod.
Coe has a habit of bouncing the ball on that paddle before he serves, just to compose himself.
And all of a sudden, we're tied at 10-10 after 2 game points for Reading and McEwen to take us into a third. It's now championship point, gold medal points for Coe and McLeod. Can they get over the line? Yes, they can. It's gold for the Cotswold Picklers. It's gold for Tony Coe and Sally McLeod. They win the 3.5 mixed doubles at senior level. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to a spirited Sarah Redding and Rab McEwen. We thoroughly enjoyed having all 4 players on the show court, demonstrating inclusivity here at PickleB. I'll be joining Tony and Sally for a quick word shortly. Then we'll be back with our men's semi-finals. So join me shortly where I'll catch up with Tony Coe and Sally McLeod. I think, Tim?
Yeah, he said nice top spin. So clearly felt that into the net. And this is, could get interesting. Point deficit in this game. Lovely backhand roll when he's dinking. A lot of topspin on that shot. It's not over yet. McCarthy and Greenstreet opening up a 3-point, unable to get that one back. So they win the serve back and look to reduce this deficit. But oh, and that serve. And a really fast.
Now, 1 or 2 of those balls. Welcome back to the Oxtalls Tennis Centre, live from Gloucester for PickleB at the UK Franklin Tour. After a thrilling encounter at 3.5 level in our senior mixed doubles division, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Rob McCown and Sarah Harding. And the first thing, Sarah Redding, sorry. And the first thing to do is to present you both with your silver medals. So if I can hand those across. Rab, congratulations. Sarah, congratulations. Very much well deserved in what was a fiercely competitive game.
It was a tough game, yeah. I've played Tony a few times now. I usually beat him, but today he got really lucky.
And Sarah, just give us a little bit of background. Where are you from and how long have you been playing pickleball?
So I started last March after being in America and seeing people playing pickleball. So it took me a few months to get into.
Over today, can we see you lining up together in another tournament soon?
Yeah, we're back in the Oxford tournament in a few months' time, which will be good fun. I love playing with Sarah. She's a lovely lass, and all credit to these two. You know, really tight game, very good game. They deserve the win in the end, I think.
Yeah, you were mightily impressive. Almost took us to a third game, but not quite. But fantastic spectacle nevertheless. So congratulations you. Rab, congratulations you. Thanks for joining us. And we're going to invite Tony and Sally in now. Our Cotswold Picklers come and join us, our gold medalists. And the first thing for me to do is to hand these over. So Sally, congratulations. Tony, congratulations to you. Well, that was thoroughly enjoyable. At one point, I remarked on commentary that you were playing more akin to 4.5 players rather than 3.5. So, Sally, talk me through what that experience was like.
Oh, yeah, no, phenomenal. It's the first bigger competition I've been part of, actually. So it was wonderful. It was great. We just played really well. The synergy today really worked, didn't it?
Yeah,
it was just great.
Well, yeah, there were a few foot faults, Tony. I wasn't going to mention them, but I'm glad you did. But it was highly competitive, and the action seemed to go back and forth, particularly in that second game, but you just managed to get over the line.
Yeah, we absolutely did. But they're a lovely couple to play. You know, it was played in great spirit, and I think we just squeaked it, really.
Just talk us through that backhand flick of yours, Tony. Low down to the left-hand side, managed to pick up what seemingly was an irretrievable ball, which was rather impressive. That'll be on the highlights reel later this evening, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, actually, it surprised me as much as it did you.
And tell us about the Cotswolds Picklers, Sally.
Yeah, well, I've been playing with it for 18 months, I guess, and it's a great team group of people. We're playing better and better, I think, and it's great to be at a competition like this and just get the purple shirts out there. Yeah.
No, absolutely fantastic. And I must admit, I don't see too much action at 3.5 level, but that standard definitely shows me that all the time the standard of pickleball is improving here in the UK.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I've been playing for 10 years, and when I think I was in the first English Open, and the standard is just streets ahead. So, you know, it's lovely to play such competitive matches.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well, congratulations to you both. Well-deserving winners, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the future, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I would just say thank you to Steve and the whole Pickleball B team.
You're very kind. Tony and Sally from Cotswold Picklers there join us as they bow out. We now invite our bronze medalists, and here we go. The first job for me is to hand these over. So congratulations to you both. Now, I have to say, I haven't seen any of your games. Just move over this way slightly for me. I haven't seen any of your games today. So please introduce yourselves to the viewers at home.
Shirley Green.
And Ray Puttick.
Shirley and Ray, congratulations on your bronze medal. Talk us through how your day has gone.
Slow start.
Even to be slow starters.
Yeah.
And then gathered pace at the group stage, went through that quite comfortably in the end, I think, with a final match 11-2 win, I think it was, so that was quite good. Then we went into the quarters, and that's where we were second in our group, having lost to the silver medalists in our group. So we were a little bit concerned that we'd be playing a group winner, but we managed to struggle through.
Get to the semi-final, having beaten the group winner.
We met the gold medalists.
Yeah.
And they showed us why they're gold medalists. They were superb, absolutely superb.
We had some amazing rallies, though. The actual game was really, really
high quality.
Fantastic. And just tell us where you're both from.
Bristol Pickleball Club.
And I'm off through St Mary and Devon Pickleball Club.
And is this a usual partnership? Is this a partnership we can look forward to watching again in the future?
We've been a partnership. We sort of met at the English Open 2 years ago. Both our partners were injured, and we met on the day and went on and won the gold. So.
Oh wow, fantastic, excellent! And will you be back at the English Open this year?
Definitely. But in a high group, so yeah, we're trying at a different level. So.
Well, fantastic! It's been great to catch up with you both. Congratulations on your bronze medal, and hopefully we'll see you on the show court in a not too distant future.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
No worries at all. That's Ray and Sally. We're going to cut. Shirley. We're going to cut straight to Tim Spurway in the comms booth, because coming up next, we've got our men's doubles semi-final featuring Trevor Robinson, Ian Marshall, Scott Mayo and Lewis Oakey. Big game ahead. It's showtime here in Gloucester.
Thanks, Nick. And this semi-final should be an interesting contest indeed. Got two pairs that played each other in the group stages, with the pre-tournament favourites Mayo and Oki coming through that encounter 11-4. So Robinson and Marshall with a point to prove in this semi-final. Anything is possible.
From a medalist at 3.5 senior division. Thoroughly nice group of people. Impressive pickleball players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They've given us some entertainment on the show court.
Nice to be back here in the comms booth. Tim, after catching up with our medal winners at Senior Division 3.5, thoroughly nice group of people and great pickleball players too.
You did a great job there, Nick, with those interviews.
I'm sure people will forgive me for getting one or two names wrong possibly at home. Some of these players unfamiliar to us, but nice to meet new people.
Absolutely. As we turn our attention here to this semi-final, and Robinson and Marshall have started really, really well. Taking a 3-1 advantage. And I was just saying there, Nick, a point to prove for Marshall and Robinson. And
what a shot by Ian Marshall on the backhand side. Rips the topspin, pierces the partnership of Oki and Mayo. And that's right out of the top draw there by Ian Marshall.
It's the forehand of doom. Maybe it will be giving them nightmares after all, Nick.
And let me tell you this, Tim Spurway, there's a shock on the cards here because the early morning favourites of Lewis Oki and Scott Mayo are up against it. Robinson and Marshall have come out all guns firing, and there we go again. And quickly, Marshall and Robinson are on 6, and Mayo and Oki are caught in the stable.
We'll see what they are made of, Nick. Mayo and Oki, this is unfamiliar territory for them. Breezing through all of their group games, suddenly finding themselves 6-1 down. This is where we see a champion's commitment to the shot, and brilliant play from Lewis Oki there. Lovely put away on the forehand. Can they get back in this?
What a great start here by Trevor Robinson and Ian Marshall. Very much surprising everybody watching this game because the expectation was Mayo and Oki would dominate. It's the opposite way around. Work to be done here for Mayo and Oki, but the work is underway. The work has begun. Is that the foundations for a comeback? Trevor Robinson falls foul of the kitchen.
And Scott Mayo is calling the kitchen regardless of where he's standing. He is seriously eyes like a hawk. That forehand from Marshall just catching the line and stops that run of points. But another opportunity and a great drive there from Lewis Oki, dipping down just a couple of inches over the net, and that reduces the deficit to just 2 points.
So an opportunity to catch breath here just before Marshall serves. Yeah, great reactions from Oki on the backhand volley, not once but twice. So a little bit of pressure now on Robinson and Marshall.
Yes, and they've seen that early 5-point lead chipped away. But shot there from Lewis Oki, which might have been going long. Hit and overhit. Increases the lead to 7-4. And Ian Marshall forehand again, causing all sorts of problems.
Oki and Mayo are in trouble here, and this is a surprise. The story that's unfolding here is that the pre-tournament favourites are in trouble.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going. But are Oki and Mayo tough enough?
Once again, Robinson's in the kitchen for the second time. Think yellow, Trevor Robinson. That's all you need to do, because those points could very well make a difference here. Gap's now 3. Great reset from Mayo, and the forehand from an impossible position goes long from Marshall. His forehand's impressive, but with that ball bouncing below the height of the knee, it's not coming up and down at that pace.
Yeah, and I think they've learnt that. Lewis, Oki and Mayo.
Look at the top spin roll on the backhand side from Lewis Oki. Pierces the partnership of Marshall and Robinson. Crucial exchanges here.
Who can hold their nerve, Nick?
Yeah, that's nice from Marshall. Just picks his spot. Oak not able to return that.
Just out a good leave there from Scott Mayo. 8-7-2. Good heavens, it's close. It's squeaky bum time here in Gloucester.
Yeah, let's not forget Robinson and Marshall had a 6-1 lead here. Kitchen once more by Trevor Robinson, and it's just not registering with him.
That's 3 points he's given away. That's 3 points that could have made all the difference in this game. And a missed half volley there.
Ball on court, so I think we're stuck at 8-8 here. That goes long from Robinson, and you can see that he's completely uncertain in his advances to the kitchen line. The comeback has been completed for now for Mayo and Oki. For the first time in this game, they've got a lead of 1. And Robinson, all of a sudden, is out of sync. His mind is elsewhere. And it's match point, Oak and Mayo. ATP attempt from Mayo, double-handed backhand, catches the Franklin upright net. Second match point. That ball goes wide, so Marshall Robinson, one last opportunity. They had a 6-1 lead. Mayo and Oak completed their comeback.
This could be a blockbuster finish. It's just been a few of those in the latter stages of this game from Robinson. The half volleys just going into the net.
Nine 10 Tim Spurway, 1 point game. 2 match points saved by Robinson and Marshall. Can they draw level here and bring up their own match points? Backhand volley serve from Robinson. And there we go, it's 10-10. They've saved 2 match points. Robinson and Marshall have now got their own match point here live on the show court. Robinson walks away, composes himself. Mayo pulls his right hand down. Nervy exchanges, that catches Robinson on the leg. Oak and Mayo have saved their own match point. Third match point here for Oak and Mayo. Ultra competitive, ultra entertaining.
Oh, and Robinson really keeping his composure there, knowing that just one mistake would cost them this semi-final. Dinking and taking his opportunity.
Fourth match point, and there it is. Lewis Oak and Scott Mayo get over the line in one of the great games of the day. It was Marshall and Robinson who got off to the fast start, faced match points, got their own match point, but ultimately Oak and Mayo, the class, the quality, the tenacity shines through. They'll be straight back on court to go into our final, where they take on Burway's fancy for the day. Jones and Acrylic, you will not want to miss that. We'll be back after this short break. On that particular side out, so, and again this that's really.
And Roberts with a 2-point advantage, letting that one go. Hitting it really nicely on the show court here.
Opportunities for competitive play at all brackets, all divisions, all ages, all abilities here. ATP from Lewis Oakey. Great drive by
just losing out, and we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin. Very nice. And that
great deep return, communication. That ball just goes long from Hazers. Interesting the level of communication.
Blocks it there. Chris at the back coming forward.
You can.
And
welcome back to the Oxtal Tennis Centre here, live from Gloucester for PickleB and the Franklin UK Tour. event number 6 in association with Sketchers and Obspots. We're lined up for our men's final. The open age category at 4.0 plus the 2 divisions combining here, 4.5 and 4.0. And fresh after their narrow victory in the semi-final, Mayo and Oak are straight back onto court, taking on the partnership of Oliver Jones and Rob Akery. It's Akery and Jones at the top of your screen, Mayo and Oak at the bottom. And a fast start from Oak and Mayo, who have changed tactics and are bringing all the power to the court, Tim.
Absolutely, yeah. Oak has come out absolutely firing. First 3 points, and he has totally crushed the ball. And that is another point. And a really, really quick start here. Complete opposite to their semi-final.
Yeah, they're matching speed with speed, power with power, pace with pace. But there we see the touch as well into the kitchen. And Jones and Akery on the back foot here. Mayo was there. He read the Ernie, but it was slightly delayed by Akery. Just puts the volley into the net.
Yeah, that one's not going on the highlight reel, I'm afraid, Scott. So can they weather this early storm that's being brought by Mayo and Oki and get themselves established in this final? Jones and Akery, who played already in the group stages, with Mayo and Oki coming out, I believe, 11-4 victors. So
yeah, Akery and Jones managing to overcome O'Brien and Liddington in their semi-final. Electric forehand from Oak. Great defences initially from Jones and Akery, but look at the forehand drive by Lewis Oak. This boy's talented. This boy's just put the ball out wide.
His first mistake, though, in this final, really. He's been playing at an exceptionally high standard. That semi-final where he struggled, completely forgotten about. And they are dialed in, they are zoned in, Nick.
Jones and Akery just cannot get forward. And as point construction goes, that's absolutely A1 from Oak and Mayo. Akery and Jones managed to get to the kitchen line, but it's Mayo and Oak who come out on top of the exchange. All four players just trying to confirm whose serve it is.
You get a rally as long as that. You can't blame them for forgetting who served. Absolutely cracking stuff. God knows how many shots that was, Nick, but point of the day so far.
Yeah, and Lewis Oak Pickler is putting on an absolute show here.
And Rob Akery and Oliver Jones haven't really done a great deal wrong, you would say, Nick, but they're facing two guys who are playing probably at the top of their ability and unable to handle it so far.
Great rescue from Akery. And then this unnecessary speed up shot selection just costs him the rally there.
Yeah, and Akery's game, Nick, a lot of it is based around angles and touch. Power is doesn't come naturally to him, although he absolutely powers that one away. He's a big paddle player, and so finds some really nice spin and angles.
Yeah, Jones and Akery will be just pleased to get a point on the board here. That's nice from Oak again. And Akery and Jones, who have been the speed merchants of the day, need to find a way of slowing this game down. Because when they're established at the kitchen, they can fight fire with fire in the dinking exchange, but the power game is being won by Lewis Oakey at the minute.
So they've stemmed the bleeding for now. Yeah, and again, they're defending really, really competently, Jones and Akery, but Mayo and Oak are attacking even more competently. Not giving them many opportunities to get back into the point.
Mayo will be frustrated with that. Got the pop-up. Couldn't put the volley away. So Akery and Jones double their points tally for the final. First game of 3 here. In our open age category, men's 4-0 plus final. Akery and Jones just spending a lot of their time on the baseline.
Yeah, and it's so difficult when you have Mayo and Oak, who are such competent attackers of the ball when they hit with such power, to then try and get up to the net. They've been successful a few times, but it's so difficult to do it over and over again. And another point there for Mayo and Oak, sorry.
ATP from Rob Akery. It's showtime here, live from Gloucester for PickleB on the UK Franklin Tour. Rob Akery waits, he pounces, he delivers.
And it's a fantastic shot, but then followed up by a volley that's just pushed out wide, and that ATP is long forgotten now as they take Oak and Mayo a 6-point lead
Yeah, Rob Akery speeding up on the diagonal. He'll be much better speeding up in straight lines, Tim Spurway.
I think they're going to have to, if they lose this first game, which is looking likely that they will, they're going to have to just reset and think about their tactics and how to break this partnership down, because whatever they're doing at the moment isn't working.
Yeah, Scott Mayo and Lewis Oak, impressive here. And there it is, the first game. Signed, sealed, delivered. Mayo with a smooth touch. Oak standing tall. And is this the gold medal pairing? That will be successful this afternoon. That first game was just about the most impressive pickleball we've seen all day here, live from Gloucester. And Akery and Jones have it all to do if they're to change the momentum in this tie. Struggling to get to the kitchen line, speeding up on the diagonal. There are just one or two things that Akery and Jones can learn from that first game if they're to get back into this gold medal matchup, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, they'll have to hope that Oak and Mayo's level just drops a little bit and they can create a few opportunities, particularly to get an early lead in this second one, because you do feel if Oak and Mayo take an early lead in this second game, this could be over before you know it.
And again, just stuck on the baseline, and it's precision, power and poise from Mayo and Oak that are dominating the matchup here. And there's the poise, there's the finesse, there's the control. Are we looking at your men's doubles champions?
And that is the kind of shot you see from a player that is absolutely oozing confidence.
It's absolute pickleball poetry from Mayo and Oak at the minute. It's dominant, and they are demolishing the partnership of Jones and Akery as we currently stand. Oak cuts across, tries to poach, anticipates the cross court. Dink was right to do so, but the execution was off point.
Yeah, and he lets out an absolutely huge yell of no after that. I mean, you'd think they were losing heavily, but that just shows how much Oak and Mayo want this final, and they want it quickly.
Akery's ball was going out. Mayo hit it and sent it out. Just tells himself to calm slightly.
And they just look, Nick, a little bit shell-shocked and a little bit out of ideas.
Not too sure they've got their third shot plays right here. And again, the pop-up from Jones, even when they're established at that non-volley zone, just one or two errors, and Oak and Mayo are exploiting every single one.
Yeah, there isn't any part of their game at the minute that you look at and you think, well, that's the tactic, because they're dinking exceptionally well. Reactions are quick, although a bit of success there from the early speed up from Rob Akery.
Oliver Jones, you can see mentally is just finding this difficult at the minute. As he walks back to his mark, he looks a forlorn figure. Not too much chat coming from Rob Akery either. And whilst they've been impressive throughout the course of the day, the standard here in this final has been a rude awakening thus far. Great speed up from Mayo, and it's not so much the quality with the hands there. His feet were ultra impressive, low to the ground, great base, great foundation, promotes the opportunity for him to play that shot, and this time Oak dances around the kitchen, twinkle-toed, and burts the ball back towards Jones and Akery. And it's an onslaught. That's nice from Akery though, and there's moments of brilliance coming from the side of Akery and Jones. Moments like that will keep them positive, hopefully.
Yeah, it's hope they can take some positivity. I think they need to get on the board though to really start feeling like they can get back in this game, and that is a point. So if they get another couple, they find themselves in with a shot in this second game at least.
What a reset. Oliver Jones, take a bow on that. Yeah, well played. Oliver Jones gets his rewards for an unbelievable reset there. It's a pop-up. It's a mistake. It's punished by Oak, but it's a mistake, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, just clip the top of the net. A slight bit of misfortune, but Oak and Mayo are winning pretty much every single rally when it comes to the net. Their dinks have been really, really impressive. And they're just putting Rob Akery and Oliver Jones in uncomfortable situations every single point, more or less.
Look at that from Lewis. Oak powers the volley back behind. Akery down the line, tough shot to play, takes them to 6.
And again, it's that dinking, Nick. Just pulling Jones out wide, him just getting it over, and then Scott Mayo putting Rob Akery out wide.
Hands battle won by Scott Mayo again. Everything's being won by Scott Mayo at the minute. They're 3 points away from the gold medal here. Just called wide by Jones, so you very much feel like it's now or never for Jones and Akery if they're to mount a comeback. Yeah, well played, Scott Mayo. Well played, Lewis Oak. Keep that ball deep in court. One rescue, one scramble. Too many for Akery and Jones.
And points just so hard to come by for Jones and Akery. So difficult to get up to the net for them.
I think it's third shot inaccuracy, Tim. The third shot's got to be better, either on the drive or the drop. It's just far too loose, which means that Mayo and Oak have an attacking fourth shot every single time. Mayo and Oak this time got caught on the baseline, able to get to the kitchen, but then just fumbles the volley, Scott Mayo.
And an easy point. One of the first easy points for Jones and Akery there. But then backed up, that door slamming shut.
Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, Tim, but it's a third shot inaccuracy that's just not tight enough at this level. That means Oki and Mayo are always in the ascendancy on the serve of Jones and Akery.
Yeah, and it's felt that across the whole match. It's always been Oak and Mayo in the ascendancy in most of these points.
And that's called wide. So Oak and Mayo are 2 points from victory, 2 points from gold, 2 points from the championship here at our 6th Franklin UK Tour event. A little bit of net tape love there for Oliver Jones. That ball just catches the net cord and lands in court. Keep an eye on the third shots here of Akery and Jones. Mistake by Oki, but again it was Mayo and Oki in the ascendancy as a result of the loose third. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, just not able to make their way out of the transition zone.
This time the third goes wide.
Another second opportunity, and they've got 5 points.
And on that occasion, Tim, those thirds, actually, the third shot there and the fifth, were tight enough for them to start making their way through the transition zone. So stuck on the baseline out of choice on that occasion because the third was good enough.
Yeah, I think there's been a few of those, Nick, and it's a good point. Them content to stay on the defensive when they could be moving forward and taking, probably is a bit of a risk, but more of a risk to just stay back and keep taking these power shots.
Even if it's 2 steps, Tim, split step, 2 steps, split step, just gradually work your way through that transition zone. And maybe that's something they'll look back on and think that they can practice and bring into their game. Great reset. Yeah, great exchange there. The resetting ability of Oak and Mayo is exceptional. So that ball just catches the net. Second opportunity here, championship point. Gold medal point here. And Mayo and Oak not quite able to get over the line here. And their efficacy has just reduced somewhat in the last 5 minutes. Opportunity for Jones and Acrylic. That time Acrylic was on the move for the third shot. So, after saving 2 championship points, they need to save 2 more. Third championship point, third gold medal point coming up. And there it is. Mayo and Oak seal the deal. And that's not just a victory. That's a full spread. Gloucester gets served as Mayo brings the flavour and Oak brings the finish. Gold medal champions. They've sourced it up and planted it down. Lewis, Oak and Scott Mayo walk away gold medalists, champions at the UK Franklin Tour here in Gloucester. I'll be joined by Lewis and Scott and the runners-up Jones and Acrylic after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Narrow victory in the semi-final. Mayo and Oak are straight back onto court, taking on the partnership of Oliver. Now, 1 or 2 of those balls.
Just losing out, and we've got a kitchen violation here. Andrew Unwin.
Yeah. And we can see
Unwin into the net. And this is could get interesting.
Expecting that one to go in, I don't think, Tim.
Yeah, he said nice top spin. So clearly felt that
80. And what? The standard here in this final has been a rude awakening thus far.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Gloucester here after a thrilling men's encounter in our open age bracket for the 4.0 plus level. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by our winners, Lewis Oak and Scott Mayo. And before we get to the interview, I guess the first thing is to present you with your medals. So here we are. Lewis, congratulations to you. And Scott, congratulations to you. Here they go, awarding each other with their well-deserved gold medals. I can just bring you slightly closer towards me, gents. And the first thing to say is that was mightily impressive, Lewis.
Yeah, it really was. We were playing very well. And I think that was probably our best performance from the whole day. We were just electric there.
Yeah, electric was definitely a word I was using in commentary to describe you, particularly in that first game. Scott, did the semi-final spur you on to start fast in the final?
Yeah, I think we were definitely janky. That was definitely the most tentative and reserved we played in that semi. And I think we just said, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Let's go out and actually play how we know that we can play and trust our ability. And I think Lewis, in particular, in that first game was just so hot. I sort of said, I'm getting out of the way of you. Anything short, he was just crashing, and it was just a delight to watch. It was beautiful from Lewis.
You were both delightful to watch. And is that the perfect timing in relation to the PPL draft happening next week for both of you?
Yeah, that's very true, yeah. That could help us get a place. And yeah, it was great playing with Scott. I thought we made a good team. We had good chemistry, and just the way we played just really went well.
Yeah, Scott, is this the first time you've played together? And if so, can we expect more from this partnership in future?
Yeah, first time playing together. Not even in rec, I don't think we've even played much, to be honest. And we are playing in the Cardiff tournament together. So it was really nice. We've learned so much together with how we've played. We've both seen sort of where our strengths are and how we can sort of support each other on the court. Sort of my cross-court dinking, and then was setting up Lewis. We sort of felt we found some nice strategy there moving forward. So yeah, looking forward to it.
That was really good stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. You put on a great performance for us there in the final. Some of the most electrifying points of the day come from that particular matchup. So congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Sorry I didn't have any ATPs in the final. I tried.
We've seen a hot dog from you today, so we can't ask for any more. A hot dog followed by an Ernie. That was enough for us. That was Scott Mayo and Lewis Oakes, successful in our men's doubles there this afternoon. They take away the gold medal. Congratulations to them. But stay tuned with us here live from Gloucester, because we'll be finding out who will take home the gold in our women's matchup, in our women's bracket, which is highly competitive. We'll be back with more action on the show court after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
And they're making Mayo and Oki win them.
And Ernie. Yeah, one or two of those balls. Yeah. And we can see Unwin.
Oh, and that.
Great defensive from McCarthy here. And I don't mind the aggression. So welcome back to Gloucester here, and the floor manager has not done a great job of preventing the start, because we're underway in our women's division, in our women's bracket at 4.0 plus level, featuring Tracy Matthews, and Helen Waters up against Jeanette Van Dal and her partner Liz McRae. So Van Dal, a late replacement for Unku, who was scheduled to be playing today. On the bottom of your screen, we've got Waters and Matthews wearing the matching red outfits. You'll be familiar with both of those players if you've been watching previous tour events. Van Dal just putting that ball into the net, and her partner Liz McRae. We heard from Jeanette Van Dal earlier on this morning, successful in the mixed doubles over 50s with Stuart Stimpson, now standing in as a late replacement in our 18 plus division for Unku, who wasn't available due to injury. So very kind of Van Dal to step in. This allows McRae to complete and fulfill her obligations as a player in the tournament. And Matthews and Waters be hot favourite here, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, I would say so. Very much medalists in most competitions that they play in, Nick. So just 4 teams in this 4.0 plus division, the ladies. And Matthews and Waters, a seasoned team, and they'll be feeling confident about their chances, Nick. Just a missed drop there. Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters, both hailing from Bristol Pickleball Club. And absolutely pickleball mad. Playing probably 3 or 4 times a week. Both players. And a quick 6-0 lead to start things off.
And as these players change end, the men's doubles bronze concludes behind us. And I can tell you that Dan O'Brien and Michael Liddington have defeated Trevor Robinson and Ian Marshall. So it's O'Brien and Liddington with bronze there. I'll try and catch a word with them later on this afternoon, possibly after this game, but we'll watch the concluding exchanges here between Matthews and Waters.
And a special thanks to Helen Waters as well for putting me up last night. It's a little bit closer to the venue than me, so thanks to her and her partner Michael. Michael will be happy coming away with a bronze. Cracking forehand pass there from Tracy Matthews. It is a shot that she's been working on, adding power. Not that she needs much more. And the power just a little bit too much for the partnership of Van Dal and McRae. Oh, and a miscommunication between Waters and Matthews. gives McRae and Varndell just a little bit of respite. All going down the middle. And it's... Oh, no. All just going long. And a little bit of hitching action as well. McRae just slipping into the kitchen.
We've just been informed, Tim, in the commentary box that it's Alison Shepherd here who's the replacement, not Liz McRae as first advertised. Again, we'll blame the floor manager for the lack of updates there, aka Steve Beale. So Alison Shepherd playing with Varndell, and we apologise to Alison and supporters of Alison Shepherd there. We were late on the uptake. Some of these players unfamiliar, especially if they're playing on the show court for the first time, so please forgive us, and our floor manager will do better in future, I'm sure.
Yeah, and power play, and that lovely Helen Waters double-handed backhand on full display there. And that brings up our first game point, which is taken. Tracy Matthews in Helen Waters not really having to get out of first gear for that encounter. A spirited display from Shepherd and Varndell, and a good experience for them, but potential pre-tournament favourites, would you say, Nick? Matthews and Waters putting on a really good display.
Yeah, no, that was impressive by Waters and by Matthews. Alison Shepherd may have wished she was Liz McRae after that scoreline, but once again, an opportunity to just apologise for that mishap. We'll make sure we get it right in future, and we'll be back with maybe a few words from our bronze medalists after this short break.
And a good start straight away, and you can see to take their opportunities.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
So I'm here with bronze medalists Dan O'Brien and Michael Livington. Dan, Michael, bronze. Are you happy with that performance overall?
I would say slightly disappointed that we didn't get further, but testament to the other players that we played today. They put on a real show, losing to Rob and Ollie in the semis 11-9. Really tight game, could have gone either way, but overall, yeah, happy to play with Dan and do well today.
Yeah, it was really good games. It's been a really good group all day. All the games have been superb. And yeah, it's nice to play with Mike as well, because we've not managed to play together for a while, but it's nice to get the boys back together.
The boys are very much back, and they've got a bronze medal to take home with them. So have we got any more partnerships lined up for you two coming up?
I don't think we've got anything booked, but I think we're definitely going to try and play some more. Depends how much time I can get away for the weekends to all these PickleB tournaments. But yeah, I'm sure we'll be at another PickleB soon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's good. Have you played your final opponents before? Robinson and Marshall?
Today I haven't. So the first time playing those guys today, and they put on a real show. Both games in the group, really tough. Then that
The group game was 11-9, yeah. So it was really, yeah, really good games.
Testament to Trevor and Ian played really well.
The Nationals last year, 3-5, and it's just great to see everybody. You know, you've not seen someone for a year, and then they just come on. Well, everybody's coming on leaps and bounds, so it's great to sort of see people again at the higher levels and have a great game.
Did you win that encounter when you last played, Ian?
Yeah, I did. But it was a good game because he's got a tremendous forehand rip and drive. Really impressive. Something to we actively tried to play away from because it was a weapon. Yeah.
I remember I played Ian Marshall in the Open last year in the semi-final 3.5, and that forehand caused me all kinds of problems. It gave me nightmares after playing it.
I think I might have done better today if you hadn't eaten all of my cereal this morning. I woke up, empty box, just there, no cereal, so playing on an empty stomach all day is
I'm pretty sure
bananas around.
I'm pretty sure I looked and there was another box in there, Michael. So if you're coming up with that excuse, I think that's rather desperate.
Hey, turn it on the interviewer. Honestly, I'm like.
Well, congratulations anyway. Well done. Hope to see you partnering again. Sure, yeah, in a future tournament. But we take us now. Does this bring us to a close? Have we got any further matches lined up? Oh, we've got loads of matches coming up. Of course, we've got our 4.0 plus ladies division. How could I forget? 4.0 plus ladies coming up after this short ad break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Welcome back to Gloucester here, live from the Oxtal's Tennis Centre for the Franklin UK Tour on behalf of PickleB, Skechers and Ozbot. We're good to go in our ladies open age group at 4-0 plus, featuring Alison Shepherd and Vandal, taking on Chanel Lowe and Dia Katesha. It's Shepherd and Vandal at the base of your screen, with Katesha and Lowe at the top. And it's Alison Shepherd getting the partnership off to a great start there with a nice, powerful volley. That ball's just called wide. Lowe just pushing that ball slightly too long. So 2-0 already here for Shepherd and Vandal. So Dia Katecha with ball in hand. Vandal returning. That ball just goes long. A little bit of fortune there for Jeanette Vandal. Just catches the net tape, raises her hand to apologise. Second scoring opportunity. First look at Chanel Lowe today. Been working hard with her mixed doubles partner Dan O'Brien. Dan O'Brien, who Tim Spurway just caught up with a few minutes back, having secured the bronze medal.
Yeah, we can see if Chanel Lowe's going to go 1 or 2 medals higher.
And Chanel Lowe just looking to speed up there, pushes that ball long, well left by Shepherd.
So with just having 4 teams in this division, there won't be any ladies semi-finals. So the final standings, I believe, Nick, will determine who goes through to the final and the bronze final. So the group games taking a real prominence and importance.
Yeah, and Tim, is that reflective on the amount of women playing pickleball, or is it just a busy weekend here in the UK for sport generally?
I would say it's maybe a little from column A and a little from column B, Nick. We've got the Paris Open happening this week, and some of our regular PickleB players attending that out in Paris. But there is perhaps fewer female players at the top of the game currently in the UK than there is men, despite probably about the same number of ladies playing the sport overall. So something that's no doubt still developing in the UK.
Yeah, great speed up from Van Dal. Body bag time there for Katesha. Impressive third shot drop by Shepherd as well. Shepherd walks back berating herself. I'm impressed with Alison Shepherd here, Tim, so far this afternoon.
Yeah, she's established herself nicely. Coming in as a last-minute replacement is never an easy thing to do, and having to play slightly above your natural level. Showing that she's got a few skills of herself, a few skills of her own to display, as well as getting a little bit of luck as well.
Katesha decides to change tacks there. Goes on the drive for the third shot. Great defences from Van Dal. And Shepherd with the put away. Unbelievable defence from Jeanette Van Dal. Alison Shepherd with the winning volley. Great action here in our ladies division. Nice speed up again from the Katesha. So back and forth in the early exchanges. Shepherd and Van Dal probably slightly in the ascendancy, but Katesha and Lowe just forcing their way back into this. Yeah, and that's nice control by Katesha at the kitchen line, who's got some supporters in the crowd here. That ball just goes long off the defences of the Katesha, and seems to me that Van Dal and Shepherd are just keeping the ball on Katesha at the minute and avoiding Chanel Lowe.
Certainly looks like the tactic so far, and they are getting some success from that, so they'll probably stick with it.
Of course, Tim, I'm keeping my eye on all of these players as the draft for the PPL nears next week. Scheduled to be managing the PickleB team in the Challenger division for the season. So watch out out to see who is selected for the PickleB team that will represent PickleB in the PPL Challenger League throughout the course of PPL Season 3 here in the UK.
And when does that Season 3 get going, Nick?
That gets underway in July. The first event of the season will be in Corby, I believe. I'll be doing some announcements and filming for the main Premier Draft on Monday. And in the days that follow, it'll be the Masters and the Challenger drafts as well. So 3 events in the Premier Pickleball League Season 3. Premier Challenger and also the Masters division for over 50s players. 6 fixtures throughout the course of the season. Every team will play each other twice before the finals day some point next year. 3 men, 3 women making up a team, and some big ideas coming out of the PickleB management team about how best to advertise players and develop their profile. So watch out for those selections next week.
I will expect my call up imminently.
Sure you've entered the draft, Tim, and if you've entered the draft, you're in the frame, that's for sure.
I'll take that as a promise.
There are no guarantees in pickleball, my friend. There are no guarantees. Meanwhile, Lowe and Katecha have turned this one around and are very much in the ascendancy now, and comfortably in the ascendancy with that Tim Spurway.
Yeah, they went to a few-point deficit at the beginning of this game, but they've been chugging away nicely, and their experience and ability on display, tightening up, cutting out those errors, and that's another point on the board. So looking fairly comfortable now, Lowe and Kotecha.
Well, coming up after this game, Tim, I think we'll be in a position to play the final. And we'll find out who that final will be between shortly at the conclusion of this game. But something tells me it's likely to be Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers, who we've not seen so far today, taking on Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews. That's to be confirmed, but if that is the case, that will be a real showpiece event to conclude day 1 with here.
Yeah, that should be a cracking match. Regular partners, Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews. In Swindon, they didn't partner together, Nick. Helen Waters partnered up with Chanel Lowe, who's currently on court now, and reached the final there. But they're back together again.
Yeah, nice rescue from Chanel Lowe, but Alison Shepherd with the volley put away, nicely placed at that. So, bit of work to do here for Shepherd and Varndal, but entirely possible they can surmount a comeback here. Oh, Shepherd sets up the opportunity, then just puts that ball into the net. Nice deep serve from Varndal. So we're at 8-6 here. And that's an error from Shepherd, takes us to 9-6. 2 points from victory here for Lowe and Katecha. And you might find that these teams will be playing each other again for the bronze medal match. And we can confirm that Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers will be taking on Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters in our gold medal match right after this game. So don't go anywhere, because that will be an absolute spectacle to behold here live on the show court.
So that lovely put away from Chanel Lowe brings up their first game point.
That serves just wide, so further opportunities here for Varndal and Shepherd, who have represented themselves really well on show court in the 2 games we've seen them this afternoon. Great rescue from Lowe and Katecha. Great exchange, great rally, great scramble defense by Lowe and Katecha.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Point of the game, no doubt, so far.
Yeah, that's a nice put away by dear Katecha. That brings up a second match point here for Katecha and Chanel Lowe. Just not able to get over the line. Chanel Lowe stuck in the transition zone. That ball just catches the baseline, but a lovely third shot into the kitchen. Shepherd not able to rescue that one. And it is victory for Chanel Lowe and dear Katecha. Those teams will play each other in the bronze medal match. But coming up next, it's gold medal action in our women's division. Nia Rogers, Maisie Wise taking on the formidable Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. If you've been with us throughout the last 7 or 8 hours, thank you for joining us. As you can see, there's a hush descending on the arena as all the group games have concluded, but one more match takes place here today, and what a match it is set to be. It's the culmination of a number of games in our open women's division at 4-0 and above, featuring Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters in red up against Nia Rogers and Maisie Wise in blue. A gold medal match for ranking points on the Franklin UK Tour, as well as that number one status here as a result of play in Gloucester. Waters has got ball in hand with Matthews at the top of your screen. It's Wise receiving, Rogers waiting eagerly at the kitchen line, and Tim Spurway joining me, Nick Hobbs, in the commentary booth.
Yes, this is the one we've been waiting for, Nick. The two top teams from this 4-0 division battling it out. And I can tell you it was one apiece in the groups. So this could be a 3-game classic.
Yeah, we've got Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews, regular partners here from Bristol Pickleball Club, teaming up once more, taking on Nia Rogers of Fleet Aces Pickleball Club and Maisie Wise from Basingstoke Pickleball Club. And Naya Rogers and Maisie Wise, their first time playing together today. So it's a tough ask for those two players here to take on the experienced partnership of Waters and Matthews, but we'll see how they get on. Change of format, don't forget, as are all finals here for PickleB on the Franklin UK Tour in association with Skechers and Obsbot. We're playing the best of 3 games, first to 11 win by 1. And a strong start here for Waters and Matthews.
And we have our first ATP, Nick. And I'm going to say it. It is showtime here. That's what you get for looking away, Nick.
Yeah, I was heavily distracted by one of the tournament directors here, Steve Beale. Denies me of a great commentary line, of a soundbite. Denies Nia Rogers because that Tim Spurway was pathetic.
Just feeling a little bit threatened, I think.
I'm joking, my friend. You did the classic line justice. It was showtime, just not delivered by the right person. Opportunity as our finals underway, though, to thank Colin Moore, our technical director of ICTO as well. Big shout out to them for sponsoring these events, and for Colin himself, our technical director, who continues to advance the production here every single time there's an event on. Phenomenal with his sound quality, picture quality, action replays, slow motions, and every time I arrive at an event to commentate for PickleB, there seems to be some sort of advancement, whether that's a new little bit of equipment, Tim, quality replays, highlights packages, interview setups. There is nothing that Colin cannot do. I'm sure you'd agree.
Absolutely, 100%, Nick. This stream wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for Colin, so many thanks to him and for his dedication in wanting to improve it as well.
Happen to know that Colin's been on court once or twice as well, Tim, so who knows, could very well be switching from behind the scenes to show court soon.
We'd all like to see that, Nick.
Anyway, back to the action here. Oh, Tracy Matthews. Great defences by Rogers. Tracy Matthews just waited a split second too long and hit the net. And Wise and Rogers are on the board here in the final. 1 point off an unreturned serve. That'll settle the nerves somewhat. That's nice play from Waters, though. Just positioning that ball into a challenging area. Oh, Maisie Wise threads the needle between Matthews and Waters, finds that space beautifully on the speed up forehand.
Incredibly experienced player, Maisie Wise. Been playing for many years. And no stranger to competing at this level at all. And indeed medaling as well. Getting gold with Scott Mayo in the mixed 4.5 division in Swindon.
Great defences by Tracy Matthews. Dips her left shoulder, Matrix-like, in putting that ball back into the kitchen. Yeah, Waters just stepping across there. Perhaps could have let that one reach Matthews' forehand.
And just Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers, a good couple of serves for them, reducing the deficit from 5 to 3. So puts them back in this first game. And a missed serve there. And another couple of opportunities now for Nia Rogers and Maisie Wise to reduce this deficit further.
Little bit of luck there for Maisie Wise, and Rogers have settled into this final now, and points not as easy to come by for Waters and Matthews. And there we can see again just Waters errant on the 5th. So Rogers and Wise can again just erase that lead a little bit more. And that ball's reset nicely, dipping below the height of the net, forcing Matthews to hit up on the ball. And Rogers and Wise are cementing a comeback here.
Yeah, we got two players on the court here, Nick. Maisie Wise and Tracy Matthews, both struggling physically in Swindon, and it will be interesting to see whether those injury issues that they had in Swindon are all resolved now in this best of 3 game match in the final, as the physical toll of a full day's worth of play, lots of games. So we'll see if they're both fully recovered.
And Rogers would want that one back again, I'm sure. Done all the hard work, kept Matthews and Waters on the baseline. Ball was popped up, just hits that volley long, and those are the crucial exchanges that could make all the difference here, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, absolutely. When you get those opportunities, putting them away. And that's another one there. Maisie Wise finding herself in a good position, but just overshooting that roll volley, and suddenly a quick 2 points means that they face a 3-point deficit.
And that's brilliant play from Helen Waters, who makes her way from the baseline to the kitchen line within 3 shots and executes each one perfectly. Third shot's critical. Tim Spurway. Third shots are critical.
Yeah, and that one sat up nicely. And Maisie Wise just trying to be a bit too cute with it. Missing it short.
Great anticipation. Double-handed backhand from Nia Rogers. Utilises her court positioning really well there. Tries to repeat the feat, but catches the top of the net. So Matthews and Waters can get over the line in the first game here. And again, just when that ball's placed down the middle of the court, Waters and Matthews, quite unusually, just making 1 or 2 errors.
A 3-point deficit can very quickly disappear if they're not careful, but again, just finding herself in a good position, Maisie Wise. Just slightly leaning back and overshooting that overhead. So that's a first game point for Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews.
And there it is. It's Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters who are making waves here in women's final. They'll be hoping to secure the deal in our second game and get over the line, clinch those gold medals, where Rogers and Wise have got it all to do if they're to turn around their fortunes. Tim Spurway, what will they be talking about right now? And if you were in their corner, what kind of advice would you be offering?
It was a fairly close game. There was probably 5 or 6 times where Wise and Rogers just put the ball into the net when they were in a winning position. And I think that was really the main difference. I think tighten up, maybe don't go for absolutely everything to win the point when you are in those positions, because I think that was perhaps what was causing some of those errors. Keep the ball deep, keep the ball in play, keep the pressure on Waters and Matthews, and they were getting a great deal of success when they were able to do that.
It is Matthews and Waters who are riding the crest of a wave here, but if Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers are to turn the tide, then the floodgates need to open. Thumbs up from Maisie Wise, and we're off in the all-important second game of our final. Must win. Rogers and Wise, great defence by Waters. Great defence, it's a dam. There's no leakages whatsoever.
Cracking point to get us underway in this second game. Power from both teams. Moving forward into that net nicely. Helen Waters just mistiming that roll volley backhand. And this game, Nick, has started at a pretty frenetic pace. A couple of nice rallies, nice points to get us going.
Yeah, this is Matthews and Waters unplugs, that's for sure. They're turning the screw. And it's a comfortable start for Matthews and Waters here. Rogers and Wise need to curb this momentum. Well played, Nia Rogers. Great point construction, great patience. And when the speed up came, she was positioned nicely just to punish. So you feel like Wise and Rogers have got to take advantage and score here.
Just unfortunate that net cord just putting Nia Rogers off because they'd weathered a bit of a storm in that point, but not to be.
Yeah, fantastic once again from Matthews. She's got great control at that kitchen line, great ability to reset, and as a result tends to dominate when those exchanges are live.
Yeah, she played with a different partner in Swindon, Joe Foster, and that was a very different dynamic. Tracy Matthews, very dominant character on the court. Joe Foster in that partnership was even more dominant and was taking a lot of the middle. So reverting back in this tournament to the regular partner of Helen Waters, where probably she's a little bit more comfortable in that slightly more dominant role.
Yeah, it's Matthews and Waters who continue to reign on the parade of Wise and Rogers here, and Rogers and Wise just finding it real difficult to score at the minute. And great dinking exchange from both players. But once again, it's just Waters and Matthews who are coming out on top constantly.
Yeah, targeting that backhand side of Rogers in that last point successfully. And Waters just charging forward, unable to control that shot when she got that. And that's power, and that's really good from Tracy Matthews. And she closes down that kitchen. I've said it before, Nick. Always looking to come forward, move forward into the kitchen when she has the slightest opportunity to do so. And it pays such dividends.
Nice control on the volley by Maisie Wise.
I'm always impressed by Maisie Wise's overhead. She almost turns her arm into elastic when she bats that ball away.
Yeah, great play this time around from Wise and Rogers. Wise on the drop, Waters rescues. Rogers advances forward to hit the volley behind the covering Matthews. They get off the board in this all-important second game. Must-win second game for Wise and Rogers. Reset after reset, just one ask too many there. So can Waters and Matthews extend their lead here in this second game? Not just yet.
Very much in control, you feel, Nick, so far. Waters and Matthews. Feels like if this one does get really tight, they've probably got a little bit more in the tank to draw from.
Maisie Wise goes down the middle, and hey diddle diddle. She comes away with the point, but again, scramble defence from Waters, impressive. Rogers and Wise double their points tally in this second game. Ball was there for the backhand volley. It was a nice height. It was above the height of the net. Wise just slightly late on the punch. Sends the ball careering into the net tape.
And wheeling away in frustration as well. She knows she should have done better with that shot.
Great defence. Helen Waters once more, who's backing up, but manages to keep that ball in play, forcing her opponents to play one extra shot. And yet again, we see the consistent application, the ability to continue to reset the ball, causing trouble for Wise and Rogers, putting the ball below the height of the net into that non-volley zone, making it difficult.
Yeah, they play a lot together, and they drill as well, Matthews and Waters. And that's where that consistency comes from. the regular drilling, the regular playing together.
The ball off the volley this time is hit straight into the ground, bounces up and hits the tall figure of Waters. Another fine example of just a scramble from Waters, keeping that ball live.
Yeah, did really nicely to lever that one back into play. It just feels like when we get these tough contested rallies, Nick, Waters and Matthews are coming out on top of most of them.
That ball just goes wide, so we're up to 6 here. And Wise, in the initial defence is superb, and the reset just sends the ball wide too. So it's 4 points from gold here for Waters and Matthews. Make that 3.
And feeling the pressure here. Wise and Rogers. And not getting the luck either. That one just kissing the top of the net, thinking about going over and deciding not to. And that is just 2 points now from victory.
Make that 1 point, Tim Spurway. Is this the moment that Waters and Matthews are crowned champions of Gloucester here on the Franklin UK Tour Championship point? Gold medal points. Not just yet. Second opportunity here for PickleB at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre in Gloucester. And there it is. It is Matthews and Waters who are making waves and crushing courts. Waters and Matthews strike gold here as Waters runs deep. Matthews stands tall. Gold is theirs. Victory is theirs. They go home as our women's champions. Commiserations to Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers. Join me after this short break where I'll catch up with a quick word from both our winners and runners-up before summarising the key events of the day here live from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre in Gloucester. We'll be back after this very short break. Mayo and Oak at the bottom. And a fast start from Oak. That's
It's always a good option for that, Nick.
Great deep return. Communication. That ball just goes long from Hazard. Interesting the level of communication. That just catches the top.
So as you say, Nick, Reading and McEwen do look... And we have our first... And as we know, Pickleball played McCarthy. Great defences from McCarthy here. And I don't mind the aggression into the transition zone.
On that particular. Welcome back to Gloucester here at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by our silver medalists from our women's division here at 4-0 plus Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers. Maisie, congratulations. That was a tough encounter.
They're such good players. I think I'd like to speak for both of us when I say we really had a good time. It's good fun. You can have a laugh. They do a good point, you cheer. We do a good point, they cheer, and it's just I like that. We took one game off them in the group, and that's all that matters really.
Yeah, definitely a friendly atmosphere on court. What were your thoughts going into the final, Nia? I know you're pleased with your individual performance.
Well, just felt like we needed to play how we did in the groups because we played really well there, and we tried to bring that to the game, and see it didn't quite end up the way we wanted to, but still was really good effort. First time playing each other, so yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, the first time that you've played together today, was that inexperience difficult to overcome against such an experienced partnership like Tracy and Helen?
I don't think so. We played quite well, I'd say. It's just trying to figure out who's taking what shots and all that, so a bit more communication maybe for next time, but other than that, it's not bad.
No, I was thoroughly impressed with your performance, and as things got tough there, you dug in really well, shown some resilience, and ultimately, I'm sure we'll be going home happy, Maisie.
I always am. Yeah, definitely happy. And it was really fun playing with Nia. We've had a good time.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations to you both on your silver medal. We look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
That was Maisie Wise and Nia Rogers. I'm going to call in our gold medal winners now. Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters, who must be absolutely thrilled and overjoyed to not only medal once again, but to get another gold medal. You're racking up the medals, Tracy.
Yes, I'm trying to make my mum proud. Couldn't do it when I was younger, so I'm trying to make up for it now. Yeah. But
Well, I'm sure you're doing that. And Helen, that looks rather comfortable, if not competitive, comfortable. You seem to be in control of lots of the exchanges there.
Well, if you saw one of our group games, you would say it's the other way around. So they definitely gave us an excellent game in the group stages. But I think we just had a plan, didn't we? And stuck to it, and it worked.
Yeah, fantastic. What was the plan, Tracy? Are you able to divulge that, or will that reveal your secrets for future games?
don't hit it out. It's serves, returns, and thirds. That's what we did. That was our plan.
You've been listening to commentary clearly. What's next for the partnership, possibly as individuals as well? I know it's the PPL draft next week. How hopeful are you both at being selected there?
I hope so, but you know, a lot of good players around, and we compete them in these events, and everyone stepped up this year, I find, and we're all growing and learning together. So it's just nice, and if we do, great. If we don't, support others.
Yeah, it's a very tough playing field out there. So yeah, I mean, we love playing together, don't we? So I guess we'll see what happens.
see what happens. And don't forget, PickleB have got a team in the Challenger division there. So you may have done your cause incredibly well by winning the gold medal today. And is this partnership going on to future tournaments? We hope so.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Cardiff, here we come.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cardiff.
Yeah. See you at Cardiff.
You heard it here first. Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters will be making their way to Cardiff as gold medal winners. Congratulations to them. As we say goodbye to you, we're going to welcome in our bronze medal winners of Chanel Lowe and dear Katesha. So thank you to you two. Congratulations. And Chanel Lowe and dear Katesha are making their way in. Hi, congratulations. If I can ask you to come this way slightly. Fantastic. You must be thrilled with your bronze medal today, Chanel.
Yeah, we played really well. We're really, really proud of our performance. Dia and I have not played together before, so it was a great day for us.
And Dia, you definitely showed moments of brilliance on the show court. We didn't manage to catch your bronze medal match. Just report to us what happened.
Yeah, it was really good. Obviously, you saw our game against them in the round robin, so we knew it was going to be tough. So we kind of just had the strategy, high percentage pickleball. We're all tired, simple shots, make it work. And yeah, we kind of got in the groove a little bit more. And yeah, we won in 2 games. So it was, really good fun. But fantastic game, great rallies. Kudos to our opponents, for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. What's next for dear Katesha? What's coming up next for you?
I'm playing in Holton next week, 4-0 with Jocelyn Hunt and with Io Jacob as well, mixed doubles. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Fantastic. And Chanel, what's coming up next for you?
So Halton as well in the mixed doubles with Dan O'Brien. And should be taking on Cardiff as well with Joe Foster. And hopefully Dan as well in the mixed doubles.
Fantastic. So both players making their way across to Cardiff as well. Congratulations to you both. We look forward to seeing more of you in action shortly.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
So much.
Dear Katesha and Chanel Lowe there joining me in the interview area here. And just when you thought that was the end of action, no, PickleB will bring you more, because we've got our men's 3.5 final coming up on the show court. The coverage is not over. The action continues. So over to Tim Spurway in the comms booth to introduce our men's 3.5 final.
Thank you, Nick. Great job with the interviews there. And this is an unscheduled last match that we're delighted to bring to you. It is the 18 plus 3.5 men's final. These guys have been battling it away on the outer courts and have earned their spots to compete on the show court here as our final match. So we have Tom Ford and Adam Ford, brothers in blue, the top of your screens, and we have Warad and McMahon in the bottom, and they're about to get us underway here. So Harry Warad in the black cap, the bottom of your screen. And McMahon in all black. And looking pretty nimble on his feet is Harry Warad. And a nice finish there on the backhand side from Warad. So Tom Ford now with ball in hand. Adam Ford with the white cap. And a really powerful drive gets them off the mark here. I'm very happy to welcome Nick Hobbis back into the booth.
Yeah, I'm completely surprised to see Harry Warrad in the men's 3.5, Tim, after commentating on him in the men's Open Nationals singles at the Pickleball England event in Loughborough a few weeks back. It's a slight step down from the singles court onto the doubles court from open level to 3.5, but maybe he's a singles specialist. Let's find out.
Well, it promises to be a very high quality encounter then. The Ford brothers, both very good players as well. Probably on the cusp of 4-0, so this will be an interesting one.
Yeah, great defences from Adam Ford there. Tom Ford with ball in hand.
And I think this does promise, Nick, to be a very high quality encounter indeed. Both teams not afraid to get down and dirty at the net.
Yeah, you can see the intention by Adam and Tom Ford here to try and keep the ball away from Harry Warrad. It's Paul McMahon who's playing the majority of the shots, but that's slightly errant from Harry Warrad there.
Made a good move there, Nick. Did McMahon. He's identified that they are dinking a lot to him with down the line dinks, so a right move but poor execution there.
Yeah, Warrad is frozen out of this game. And that's a nice body bag from Adam Ford, who just leaves a tattoo on the torso of Harry Warrad. There'll be a Franklin X40 mark on his chest in the morning. Great hands battle from all four players. And I remember remarking about this earlier on, Tim Spurway. If this is the 3.5 level, then my eyes deceive me slightly.
Yeah, indeed. It is a very high quality encounter, not including that point. But I think most of these guys probably have the ability to move up to 4.0 at some point in the very near future.
Great defences from the Ford brothers, who at the moment are just accelerating away with this game.
Yeah, exceptional fast hands. Not easy to do because there was a couple of really low volleys they had to hit there.
Again, though, when Warad does get a play on this X40, especially a third shot play, he tends to be dominant. Nice hands by Tom Ford. Just pierces that ball back behind Harry, Warad and McMahon. And Warad have got no answer to the advances here of Ford and Ford. Yeah, great defences initially from McMahon, but the onslaught continues from Adam and Tom Ford here.
Yeah, and you can see Warad trying to get into this game. It's a definite targeting of McMahon. And just coming across in the previous point.
That ball called long on the return by McMahon, so they reduce the deficit to 4. Yeah,
Absolutely.
great play. It's a big serve and big third.
Yeah, it's an absolutely cracking serve that Warad's got on him. Really powers that ball. And the Ford brothers getting some big support from Bristol Pickleball Club, where they come from.
Also from what I believe might be their father, who's also a very accomplished player. We've seen him on show court before.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Nick.
Yeah, nice decision to speed up there from Adam Ford. And that brings up game point in this first game. Best of 3 games, so this first game crucial. And there it is. Adam Ford and Tom Ford seal the deal at the first time of asking, impressively taking that first game against Harry Warrad and McMahon. And it seems to me, Tim, that the strategy by the Ford brothers was crucial in clinching that first game there.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Very successfully targeting McMahon, trying to keep away from Warad's forehand in particular. Very, very successful strategy for them. And I imagine that they will probably keep to the same strategy, given that they fairly comfortably won that first game in the end.
Yeah, it's Paul McMahon and Harry Warrad who are going to have to find a second gear here if they're going to get themselves back into this final. Harry Warrad definitely being frozen out of the game, and the strategy is being deployed to perfection at the minute. That ball just catches the top of Tom Ford. Look at the driving ability of Harry Warrad, though. Once that ball sat in mid-court on his forehand, he can explode through that ball, rip the top spin, generate the pace and power. Yeah, that ball's just not coming back. The slice return from Adam Ford, followed by repeated volleys at the kitchen line. Nice this time from Paul McMahon. Good work in the transition zone. Occupies that space really nicely. Sets himself a good base and pierces that volley through the middle. Once again, the intention's clear from Adam and Tom Ford. Isolate Harry Warrad.
Adam Ford calling that one out. I think it did just drop out. That puts them on the board in this second game. And it's the old hitchin curse that's come back to strike. Adam Ford just trailing in there.
Yeah, great third from Warrad. Return slightly short. That ball just called wide as well. So, in a game that Warad and McMahon need to win, they're in the lead. I've got a 4-point advantage. Can they maintain this and take us to a third? Or will Ford and Ford get back into this second game of our men's 3.5 final? More frustration here from Adam Ford. An opportunity knocks here for Paul McMahon and Harry Warad to extend their lead. Nice consistency from McMahon. Sees them get to 6.
Adam Ford trying to G up Tom Ford, saying this game is nowhere near done yet.
Big serving coming here though from Warad. Tom Ford looking to respond. Net tape comes to the aid of Warad, and whilst Tom and Adam Ford did a great job in the first game of isolating Harry Warad, he's very much back in this final, playing more shots than he has done all matchup so far, Tim.
Yeah, and it's a combination of Warad getting more into the game and also Ford's level just slightly dropping.
There it is. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Adam Ford just trying to G himself up, G his partner up. See how much this means to the players on centre court here. Balls into the kitchen zone nicely. Paul McMahon not able to rescue that play. Yeah, that's nice from Warad. Just here's the partnership of the Ford brothers. Tom Ford just lies down for a little stretch, but that ball is dinked into the middle where both forehands lie. Tim Spurway, they'll be better advised going out wide on their dinking exchanges.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if it's early signs of cramp or if he's just slightly tweaked something, Tom Ford. He's definitely in some discomfort. It's certainly looking like we're going to be heading to a third in this one, Nick.
Yes, third game looms here in our final of our men's 3.5 plus division. And Warad and McMahon move to within 1 point of ensuring that's the case. And there we go. Impressive from Warad and McMahon in that second game. It's Tom Ford and Adam Ford who are left scratching their head, wondering what to do next. And from what I saw when they were dinking They were putting that ball into the centre of the court, which meant that both forehands were in operation. The right hand, left hand combination of Warad and McMahon. Probably be better advised to dink to the outside wings rather than the centre of the court. And then they need to try and find a way of freezing Harry Warad back out of this game, because more and more is becoming influential in the outcome of this final. So all important third game here. Gold medals awaits for the victors. Silver medal for the runners up. And it's a strong start again. Got to isolate and freeze out Harry Warad, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, and they've got the slight benefit of him serving first as well. So he's drilling those serves down.
And Paul McMahon's definitely upped his game as well, and his consistency has increased. Adam Ford hitting balls that were going to be in the car park there, but managed to come out of it unscathed.
Yeah, you can forget about it if you win the point, but if you lose it, it lingers in the mind.
Paul McMahon just showing how it's done right there. Shoulder high, let it fly. And again, the consistency that was there in the first game for Adam and Tom Ford has dissipated as the pressure has intensified here on the show court in our final.
There it is, come on.
This time it's Paul McMahon with the slight error, unforced error at the kitchen line, but again, when Harry Warad is involved in exchanges, the team are more likely to win points. That's a great exchange here on the show court. Warad scrambling in defence. But Adam Ford impressively managing to manipulate that ball around the court. Great hands again by Adam Ford, whose reactions are incredibly sharp. Anticipation strong at the kitchen line. So we're tied in this all-important third game. Entertaining clash to close the day out here, day one. Here in Gloucester on the UK Franklin Tour. Tom Ford this time with the fast hands and put away at the kitchen line. Highly entertaining encounter this, Tim Spurway, and possibly an encounter that's demonstrating a level above 3.5 to 4.0.
Yeah, they're playing very well indeed. Being unfortunate there, but they've got a lot of support in this arena. I'm not sure, probably can't hear that on the stream because it's quite far away from our cameras, but there is a cohort of cheering fans for Adam Ford and Tom Ford.
ATP attempt from Paul McMahon, just catches the upright, catches the Franklin stanchion.
Just couldn't resist. It's so hard to hold back when you think you've got a sniff of an opportunity of an ATP. Oh, and that's the second net cord.
Net tape comes to the aid of Paul McMahon.
Too tight, Steve. It's too tight.
That one probably as well, Nick. Just going long.
It's a mid-court drive at shoulder height. Leave it alone. You cannot fail to be impressed with the hand speed and reactions, anticipation of Adam Ford in that transition zone and at the kitchen line.
That was incredibly impressive.
It's tight, it's tense. It's the men's 3.5 final. And again, for the second time in a row, that's wild from Adam Ford, who just gives himself an opportunity on his haunches to reflect. Paul McMahon with ball in hand. Whoever wins this game takes home the gold medal.
Forehand, backhand combo. Absolutely brutal from Warad. Evens this third game up. Stay away if you can.
Yeah, great defences by McMahon on the speed up there. I'd just like to see Harry Warad taking more of these third shots. When they come centre court, he's got enough time to dance around that ball and dominate the third shot return.
Yes, come on!
Great.
Celebrating the net tape there, Tim Spurway. It's interesting dynamics here.
Yeah, this is a tense encounter. These guys not holding anything back. Yeah, they're absolutely flying around this court, Nick. That'd be one of the most hard-fought encounters we've seen today.
That's not coming back, though. And again, got to be more strategic in their shot selection here, the Ford brothers. Ball was there, the ball was popped up. And just fails to capitalise. Again, fast hands exchange.
And a miss serve there from Morad. And this is an absolute razor edge match. And a few non-scoring side outs. And this really is at the crunch point. Can one of these teams get a little bit of momentum behind them, Nick?
Yeah, we've had 2 non-scoring side outs in a row there, so things have just got a little bit jittery, a little bit nervous for all 4 players here. And that's an example of that previous statement. Adam Ford, whose hands have been exemplary at the kitchen line all final, just puts one right into the base of the net. Great reset from Tom Ford. And the hands are back. Just positions his paddle nicely to strike that ball, Adam Ford. That ball goes wide again. It's an error off the paddle of Adam Ford. Takes them to 7. Players should have switched ends at 6, but we let them continue. Not our job to interrupt the flow of the final.
And you feel, Nick, it's probably a bit of a negative for the side on the red-lined kitchened area. That'd be the ones that were probably wanting to switch to avoid having those miscommunications and misunderstandings about where the kitchen area is. See if they realise at some point.
Yeah, that speed up's not there. The shot selection, not its best from Harry Warrad. The third, lovely from Tom Ford. Crucial stages now. Mistakes will tell. Mistakes like that can little afford errors like that at this stage of the men's final.
Complete hush now in this arena in Gloucester. All other games have now finished, and all of the focus around this arena is on this game. Probably 20, 30 people watching this.
Great play by Adam Ford. Just sends that ball above the height to the net. Harry Warrad not able to defend. So, non-scoring side out for Warrad and McMahon again. Nice speed up by Paul McMahon. Catches Tom Ford unaware. Second opportunity to score. Yeah, and Harry Warrad was right to call that out. It caught the near service line, and in Pickleball, that's out.
So this is a critical moment in this match. 7-5 up. If they can consolidate this with 1 or 2 points, you'd have to put them strong favourites for this final.
Great defences from the Ford brothers. The advances by Paul McMahon. The great reaction by Tom Ford. And it's Adam Ford who puts that ball back into play. Nervousness of McMahon and Warrad here. But again, just put that ball into a nice area, puts the pressure on, and that's a crucial point. The first time we've had a scoring exchange in the last 3 side outs. 3 points for victory here. Very worried. Paul McMahon.
Oh my good lord.
What a play. It's showtime here. Live at the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. An ATP from out of nowhere by Adam Ford. What a play. That angle did not exist, but somehow Adam Ford manages to curl that ball and catch the baseline.
I think he is absolutely running on adrenaline here. Adam Ford suffering from an adrenaline overdose. He is so fired up.
Yeah, the ball was popped up by Tom Ford. Nicely put away by McMahon. Second scoring opportunity. And that's an unforced error at a critical stage. So, opportunity knocks here for Warrad and McMahon. Nice deep return by Tom Ford. This time Adam Ford just puts the ball into an area that Warrad wanted to attack, but just out of arm's reach. Another unforced error on serve. So, opportunity for Tom and Adam Ford here to close the deficit.
And just overshot that one, Adam Ford. And he, God, would he want that one back, Nick?
Just need to keep the ball in play at this stage of the final. I fear Tim don't need to do anything too extraordinary. Just keep the ball in play. The gap is now 1 point.
Here we go. 8-7-1, Warrad and McMahon.
That ball lands in just before the baseline. Possibly quite fortunate as well. But at this stage of the final, they all count.
And just looking at Adam Ford, Nick.
And
he looks absolutely exhausted on the court. He has put so much into this, the adrenaline coursing, and he's probably getting a bit of a come down after all of that.
That ball goes long this time around. And as the tension increases, the quality decreases somewhat. Opportunity to focus here. And that ball just catches the baseline again. Once more, fortune favours the brave. But the advice coming from over here is serves, returns and thirds, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, absolutely. And just sneaking in that last ball. Everyone was holding their breath in this arena.
Nice communication between Warrad and McMahon. The lob was nicely placed, but the communication efficient and effective in putting that ball back into a challenging position. Again, unforced errors. Focus on the basics here. Get the basics right at this stage of the final. Get yourself into a rally. Give yourself an opportunity. Great speed up by Harry Warrad. Positions himself nicely in the transition zone. Opens the shoulders and drives the left-hand forehand.
Yeah, and you saw that one coming. Set it up nicely with his first drive.
Unforced errors. Unforced errors, and how costly may they be when we present the medals at the end of this game. Third shot, unforced error.
But just when you think that Warrad and McMahon were just getting a little bit ahead, Adam Ford pulls out his reactions at the net.
Yeah, and that's Harry Warrad at his best. Poaching the third shot, following up on the fifth. That brings up championship point. Gold medal point here for Warrad and McMahon. That was going long. The ball was going long. They had the gold medal around their neck but couldn't leave the ball alone. Second opportunity here for Adam and Tom Ford. Nice speed up, back, behind and advancing. Harry Warrad. Harry Warrad wanted to pounce on the forehand side down the centre of the court. Adam Ford wanted to exploit the space behind, and exploit he did. 1 point game. Ten. And that brings up match point. They've saved 1 match point. Adam Ford, Tom Ford have match point of their own. That catches the top of the paddle, and Adam Ford collapses with absolute joy. Tom Ford over the moon. They saved 1 match point. Harry Warrad and McMahon had the medals in their grasp, but ultimately the resilience of Tom and Adam Ford got them over the line in what was a thrilling encounter, Tim Spurway.
Yeah, what a way to finish the first day here in Gloucester. And what a comeback in that last game from Adam and Tom Ford. It looked like they were absolutely down and out, but somehow they mustered the energy that they needed to come back and take that game in an absolute stunner. One for the PickleB archives for certain. And we're delighted to switch over to Nick Hobbis, who will be interviewing our runners-up.
Yeah, straight off the back of what must be a disappointing outcome for McMahon and Warrad. Harry, if I can start with you. Match point, ball was going long. How does that feel?
Oh, it was it was already in the motion, so I'm happy you committed to it rather than leaving it and it did drop in. Yeah. I'd rather he commit to it than just leave it and it dropped in, so I'm glad he hit it, really.
Yeah, and it was a topsy-turvy final where they got off to a great start in the first game. You showed all your class in the second game, and then it got tense in the final game there.
It did, yeah. I started to struggle a bit with the light from the left side. The right side I thought was quite smooth, and then from the left side I felt it was a bit more difficult. I don't know why, but sometimes it goes that way, doesn't it? So, yeah, there was a few leaves that dropped quite nicely in. We left like 3 or 4, and they dropped in. So that one that popped up, and I was like, I got to hit it. And then you screaming at me, I'm already hitting it. So yeah, it's difficult pill to swallow, that one, but yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine so, and we do appreciate you joining us immediately after the game. But for a 3.5 level game, that looked absolutely amazing standard. It was good fun to be part of, right?
Yeah, the more doubles we play as a country competition, it's going to get better. So hopefully next year when this 3.5 level match again will just be even better than ours.
Well, that's our first time playing together as well. So, we were randomly paired and that. So, yeah, it's my first final at 3-5. So, yeah, it's good. All round, it's nice.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you both. You definitely put on a show, an impressive show at that. Someone's got to walk away as losers, but you've definitely provided us with a great deal of entertainment. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Cheers. That was Warrad and McMahon fresh after their silver medals, and I'm pleased to welcome Adam and Tom Ford as gold medalists at our 3.5 plus level with me now. Adam, you must be absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, it's been a long day, but no, thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously playing with my brother, making memories, so yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
And Tom, the story of the final was very much first game you accelerated away, second game they put the brakes on, and then it got a little bit nervy in that third game.
Yeah, I mean, they sort of worked their way back into the third game, getting ahead of us by a lot. But yeah, the first game was amazing between me and Adam. Second game, we seemed to take our foot off the pedal a little bit. But yeah, it was overall great performance by both of us, I think.
It was a great performance. And at match point down, you must have thought, how have we arrived in this position? I bet you didn't think you would be standing with the gold medals around your neck at that point.
No, it was a bit back against the wall, in all honesty. But no, just gritted teeth, bit of cramp, but carry on.
Yeah, your hand speed in particular, Adam, stood out in the final. You got fast reactions and great anticipation at the net. Is that natural? Is that something that you work on when you're not on the match court?
Yeah, I mean, played a lot of tennis, so I think that's transferred over, and really like net play at tennis. So yeah, it was good to kind of bring that across and keep it going. But yeah, I do enjoy a bit of a hand battle. I get told off though because it's too much sometimes.
And would I be right in suggesting, Tom, that your father's Toby is familiar with us at PickleB events on the show court, getting success himself? So it's a bit of a family affair, pickleball, is it, for the Fords?
Yeah, no, all of us play really. I play with Adam on men's doubles, and I play with my sister on mixed doubles. So try and keep it in the family, sort of, kind of just having a bit of fun. And if we get a gold, we get a gold. Best of both worlds, really.
Well, you made it incredibly fun for us and everybody watching at home as well. That was absolutely spectacular. So congratulations to you both. That's Tom and Adam Ford, gold medalists. And then we're going to switch to our bronze medalists now, Ed Ballinger and Richard Lowe. So in you come. Congratulations. Thank you very much. You take away the bronze medal from our 3.5 division. Just talk us through where you're from.
We're from Cheltenham.
Yeah, we're local boys. Churchdown, just down the road.
Local boys representing Cheltenham. And where's the pickleball club you play at?
We play at David Lloyd in Gloucester.
So yeah, it's not really a club as such, but we're just all together in the gym. So first tournament together, so very happy with the bronze today.
First tournament together, you must be absolutely overjoyed with the bronze medal.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, it was fantastic.
What was the standard like over there? Where we didn't manage to catch it on the show court, but just talk us through some of the exchanges over there.
If you think you've seen the level there, the four guys who played there, really good stand, and we give them a good game. So we hopefully we get some comeback coming from us in one of the other tournaments.
And is this a partnership that's going to stay together? We can expect to see you at more PickleB events and other events in the future?
Oh yes, 100%. And tomorrow morning I'm playing with Ed's dad in the 50 plus as well, 3.5. And I played this morning as well in another tournament.
Energy to burn, or a glutton for punishment, or just a lover of pickleball?
Love pickleball. I love everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it.
Absolutely love it.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining us here. Congratulations on your bronze medals. We'll hopefully get to see you in action on the show court soon.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thanks a lot.
And that sums up day one here, live from the Oxtalls Tennis Centre. What a day of action it has been. We started off the day with Hill and Burgoyne. They took away the gold medals in our mixed division. Our men's gold went to Lewis Oak and Scott Mayo, followed by our female winners, Tracy Matthews and Helen Waters. What a fantastic way to also display talent, an array of inclusive pickleball here, as we demonstrated in our 3.5 divisions, our senior mixed earlier on, and we end the day there with our 3.5 men's doubles. Pickleball for everybody here from PickleB, and there's more pickleball tomorrow as the action continues. Top tier mixed doubles in our open age, followed by gender doubles at senior level. You won't want to miss a thing, because if day two is anything like day one, then definitely it is showtime. We'll be back with more tomorrow from around 9:30. Be sure to join us then. But for now, from everybody here at PickleB, on behalf of Franklin, Skechers and Obspot, it's a good night from me, Nick Hobbis. Yeah, nice. Takes home the gold medal.
Into the net. And this could get interesting.
En-Roads in their quest to get to 11. That is putting on an absolute show here. Yeah, great drive by McCarthy. Rifles it up diagonally, pushing through the ball.